We would like to welcome you to historic Golden Park on this fine Sunday afternoon, as it is time for Monsters Baseball here on the Monsters YouTube page. They are about to take on the Atlanta Crackers for a doubleheader this afternoon. I am Richard Holdridge here on the broadcast, just happy to be up here in the press box as the Chattahoochee Monsters come into this contest 6-4, taking on the 6-6 Atlanta Crackers. They have played 2 less games on the season because they had some rainouts, which they will have an opportunity to make up those rainouts, but they are trying to snap a 2-game losing streak, and they're hoping to have a good showing in this doubleheader this afternoon. So come on out to historic Golden Park. It's a perfect day for baseball. I mean, it's not too hot, but you could sit in the shade. As the PA announcer is announcing the starting lineups, I'm going to go ahead and announce the starting lineups for the visiting Crackers. Leading it off and playing center field is Scott Campbell. Batting second and playing right field is Jack Fleming. Batting third, the extra hitter Ben Olson. Behind the plate and the cleanup hitter is Tyler Jackson. Batting fifth and playing second base is Gabe Worth. Batting sixth and playing first base is Braden Smith. Batting seventh and the designated hitter is Connor Totardo. Batting eighth and the third baseman Shane Newsom. Batting ninth, the left fielder Cole Brennan. And batting 10th, the shortstop Carlos Martins. Now for your starting lineup for the Chattahoochee Monsters. Leading off and playing second base is Brooks Parkerson. Batting second and playing center field is Jackson Yoxheimer. Batting third and playing left field is Brody Capps. The cleanup hitter and the extra hitter is Chase Evans. Batting fifth and playing third base is Braden Pelkey. Batting sixth and playing first base is Warwick Wilmot. Batting seventh and the extra hitter is Luke Hasty. Batting eighth and playing right field is Justin Vilas. Batting ninth and behind the plate is Hank Smith. And batting 10th, the shortstop, Corey Berry. On the mound for your Chattahoochee Monsters is Eric Moore. And Moore comes into this game. He's making his third appearance. He has pitched 8 innings. He's got a 2.25 earned run average. And so he is looking to get the victory today for the Chattahoochee Monsters. Still plenty of time to come on out to historic Golden Park and see some Chattahoochee Monsters baseball as we get ready for the national anthem. We are going to go ahead and allow the anthem to play, and we will start Chattahoochee Monsters baseball here on the Chattahoochee Monsters YouTube page.
Ladies and gentlemen, fans, WYDU Christian Broadcasting TV 16 and the Monsters ask that you would please rise, or if you are able to, and kindly remove your caps as we pay our respects to the brave men and women fighting for our freedoms. We ask that you take a moment of silence to remember those who are in harm's way, those who defend our country, defend our livelihood, and those who have made the ultimate sacrifice. Our Monsters, thank you. If you would, please remain standing. We ask that you remain standing for the presentation of our national anthem, performed today by Stephen Sebastian. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proud
We are back here at historic Golden Park as we are moments away from the first pitch between the Chattahoochee Monsters and the Atlanta Crackers as Eric Moore takes the mound for the Chattahoochee Monsters. He is going up against the former Sunbelt player pitcher of the week, Ryan Supa, who comes into this game. He has not given up an earned run. He has had 11 innings pitching, and he's making his fourth start. And so Eric Moore, the lefty, doing his warm-ups. Going to break down the Sunbelt standings as the Columbus Chattahoochee was able to get the sweep over the weekend over the Alpharetta Aviators. But right now the Gainesville Gold Diggers are in first place with an 11-2 record. Columbus is in second with a 10-3 record. Chattahoochee is in third place with a 6-4 record, but right behind them is the Atlanta Crackers with a 6-6 record. Brookhaven Bucks are 5-7. The Atlanta Blues, the same team that Chattahoochee's going to play on Tuesday. That is the makeup game from the rainout a couple of weeks ago. Atlanta stands at 5-8. The Blues. Alpharetta is at 4-8, and the Waleska Wild Tains. That's a tongue-tied. They are 2-11. So typically this is where they have the All-Star break. The next slate of scheduled games will not take place until next weekend. So there are not going to be any day games for anybody in the Sun Belt with the exception of Chattahoochee and Atlanta because that is a makeup game. But we will go ahead and get into that later in the broadcast. So leading things off for the Atlanta Crackers is the center fielder, Scott Campbell. Coming into this game, Campbell batting .318 with 1 home run and 5 runs batted in. So it's lefty versus righty here at historic Golden Park. There's still plenty of seats. Come on down to the ball field and see some Monsters baseball. This is a doubleheader, game 1 of a doubleheader. Be 7-inning games, and the first pitch, and we are underway, and it's a ground ball right to Barry. He throws on the move to first for the first out. 1 pitch, 1 out, and Eric Moore gets quick work from Campbell. Score that 6-3 on the putout, and then Jack Fleming will come up to the plate, the right fielder. He is leading the team with a .341 batting average, 1 home run, 9 runs batted in. And he steps out of the batter's box. So a little history on the Atlanta Crackers, as we'll get into that. They have the most Sun Belt championships in the history with 4. And Moore's first pitch and a swing and a miss. He got Fleming chasing after that one, strike 1. 0-1 the count to Jack Fleming here with 1 out. The 0-1, and that is outside, 1-1. Moore works from the stretch. And the 1-1 pitch to Fleming is outside, ball 2. Moore working from the stretch. Delivers the 2-1. Fastball, swing and a miss right in the zone for strike 2. And that evens the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. So he only threw 1 pitch to Scott Campbell, the first batter of the inning. And now he's got the right fielder, Jack Fleming, the second batter for the Crackers in a 2-2 count. There's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3, a Southern Mosquito Control strikeout for Eric Moore. And now with 2 outs, Ben Olson, the extra hitter, will come to the plate for the Crackers. Olson batting .200, and he has got 2 doubles and 3 runs batted in. An on-base percentage of .633. 2 outs. And the first pitch from Moore, and that is right down the middle for a strike. Moore working from the stretch. And the 0-1 to Olsen. It was a changeup, and he slices it foul down the third base line. So Olsen has behind 0-2 as Eric Moore has got him ahead in the count. Moore from the stretch. Here's the 0-2, and that's in the dirt. 1-2. Moore working from the stretch. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and that is low and outside, ball 2. So the Crackers won 4 straight titles from 2013 to 2016. And actually, they defeated the Phoenix City Crawdads in 14 and 15. The local team here from the Chattahoochee Valley. There's the 2-2 pitch. Just missed outside, and it runs the count full to Olsen. With Tyler Jackson on deck, one of the top hitters in the Sun Belt Baseball Conference. Would love to try to get out of this inning, so Jackson leads off in the second. Moore's payoff pitch. Outside, ball 4, and so Tyler Jackson will come to the plate for the Atlanta Crackers.
Next up, the Crackers, number 23, catcher.
The Crackers reached the Sun Belt Championship last season, fell to the Gainesville Gold Diggers. Now Tyler Jackson coming up to the plate for the Crackers. He's batting .200, got 3 home runs, 10 runs batted in. He's actually tied with the league lead with Connor O'Neill from the Chattahoochee. Moore working from the stretch. Here's the pitch, and there's a ground ball right to the second baseman. And Parkinson steps on the bag and ends the inning. So Atlanta strands a runner on base. We go to the bottom half of the first inning. It is scoreless here at historic Golden Park. You are listening to Chattahoochee Monsters Baseball. Back at historic Golden Park, Richard Holdridge here on the broadcast for the Chattahoochee Monsters doubleheader action against the Atlanta Crackers. As you are watching us on the Chattahoochee Monsters YouTube channel, and leading things off for the Monsters is the second baseman, Brooks Parkerson. Parkerson batting .143. He's got 1 RBI. He'd like to get going. He's been walked once, got hit by a pitch 4 times with an on-base percentage, an OPS of .643. So Ryan Supa on the mound for the Atlanta Crackers. He has yet to give up a run, a 0.00 ERA in 3 starts. That first pitch is right on the outside corner for a strike. So he was named Sun Belt Baseball League Pitcher of the Week in Week 1 in the Sun Belt. Here's the 0-1 to Parkerson, and it is in there for another strike. And so Supa got good velocity. He is getting ahead on this batter. And he's got an 0-2 count. Here's the pitch. That's in the dirt. 1-2. The Chattahoochee Monsters, 6-4. They would like to snap a 2-game losing streak as they were defeated by the Gainesville Gold Diggers last Wednesday. There's the 1-2, and it is outside, ball 2, evening the count at 2-2. They fell to Gainesville on Wednesday. Monday's game was postponed because of weather. And then they fell to the Alpharetta Aviators last Sunday. And that pitch looked like it. I thought that grazed Parkinson, and it didn't. It runs the count full. A good job by Parkinson to get back in the count, and it's now full. He was down 0-2, and now it's a 3-2 count. Supa with the payoff pitch. It is low, ball 4. So a good job, Parkerson, working the count on Supa to get a leadoff walk. And that will bring to the plate for the Monsters the center fielder, Jackson Yoxheimer, the former Central Red Devil, coming into this game. Yoxheimer batting .500, and he does have 1 RBI. There's a throwback to first. So the lefty steps into the batter's box. Supa, the first pitch is outside, ball 1. So the Chattahoochee Monsters are managed by the former Central Red Devil assistant coach, Johnny Eaton. He's had experience at other leagues and helped Central and reached the Final Four back in 2019. There's the 1-0 and check swing. And did he go around? He did. There'll be strike 1, 1-1. And this is the first year that the Chattahoochee Monsters are in Columbus. Last year they played in Oxford as the throwback to first. They were known as the Chakalaka Monsters last year, playing in Oxford, Alabama. The only team in the Sun Belt that played in Alabama. There's the 1-1. Runner goes, and it's behind the catcher. And there's a slide in to second base by Parkerson. And I think he could have taken third if he was committed to sliding for that stolen base, and that was an easy steal for Parkerson. And now the Monsters have a runner in scoring position. Yoxheimer steps back into the batter's box with a 2-1 count. Supa checks the runner at second. Here's the 2-1, and that is swing and a miss. Strike 2. It's an absolute gorgeous day at historic Golden Park. I know that the temperature is in the upper 80s, lower 90s, but you can stay in the shade. There's a 2-2, and that's in the dirt, ball 3. So Supa, he's thrown a lot of pitches to these first 2 batters so far here in this first inning. Running the count full on Parkinson, drawing a walk, and then now running the count full on Yoxheimer. And you know, for a pitcher, he's yet to give up a run this season. But let's see if the Monsters can take advantage with that runner in scoring position. Checks the runner, Supa, from the stretch. Here's the payoff pitch. And that's grounded up the middle for a base hit for Yoxheimer. Parkinson's going to round third. Here's the throw to the plate. And he is safe. And the Chattahoochee Monsters take the 1-0 lead. An RBI single double for Jackson Yoxheimer. And that is the first run of the season given up by Ryan Supa. So Jackson Yoxheimer stretched it into a double. And that gives him his second RBI of the season. And Coach Johnny Eaton putting him in the top of the lineup, and he's been one of their hottest hitters. Saw him last week taking on the Alpharetta Aviators, and he had a great 2-game series. Supa's first pitch to Brody Capps is in there for a strike. Capps batting .217. He's got 5 runs batted in. Yoxheimer over at second. Supa checks the runner, and there's a ground ball right to Supa, but it's off his glove, and Worth throws out Capps. It'll be 1-4-3 on the putout. But Yoxheimer will advance over to third with 1 out, and Chase Evans will be the batter for the Monsters. Evans batting .250. He's got 1 RBI. He's got 7 walks. 1-0 is your score here, bottom of the first inning. Monsters on top. Supa's first pitch to Evans, and that's right down the middle for a strike. That would be huge for the Monsters if they can jump on Supa early here in the first. Here's the 0-1, swing and a miss, strike 2. Supa working from the stretch. The 0-2 pitch. Oh, that just missed that outside part of the plate. It'll be a 1-2 count. As we see the fans piling in here at historic Golden Park. Here's the 1-2, swing and a miss, strike 3. And that was a big second out for the Crackers, as Chase Evans goes down on strikeouts. So with 2 outs and a runner at third, Braden Pelkey will come to the plate for the Monsters, batting .200 with 3 runs batted in. Love to get another run here in the first. Supa's first pitch, and that is fouled back. Little dribbler over to the first base dugout. Supa working from the stretch. Yoxheimer is the runner at third. Here's the 0-1, and that is outside, 1-1. Actually, no, that actually caught the corner, strike 2. Supa, the 0-2 to Pelkey, just missed the corner. And that's outside for a ball, 1-2. So the next game for the Chattahoochee Monsters is going to be Sunday. Actually, here's the 0-2, swing and a miss, strike 3. They actually play the Blues on Tuesday. That's a makeup game. And so going down on strikes, Braden Pelkey, back-to-back strikes for Supa, back-to-back strikeouts. And the Monsters strand the runner at third. But the damage is already done. The Monsters jump out on top over the Atlanta Crackers 1-0. We go to the top of the second inning, and the Crackers are coming up to bat. You are listening to Chattahoochee Monsters Baseball. Back at historic Golden Park, top of the second inning. The Chattahoochee Monsters lead the Atlanta Crackers 1-0. Richard Holdridge here on the broadcast for you.
Number 1, Gabe Worth.
So Gabe Worth coming up to the plate. Moore from the stretch. Shows bunt. That actually catches the inside corner for a strike. Gabe Worth batting .281. He's got 4 doubles, 2 walks. Moore, the 0-1. Oh, that's a curveball that is inside for a ball. Pretty good movement on that curveball. It looked like a 12-6 curveball. It just could not hit the zone. Moore with the 1-1. There's a fastball right down the pipe. 1-2. Moore working, and there's a swing and a miss. Strike 3, the throw down to first for the first out of the second inning. A Southern Mosquito Control strikeout. And Moore's second strikeout of the game. So Braden Smith will be the batter for the Crackers. He is batting .333. He's got 2 runs batted in, but he's leading the team with 10 walks. There's the first pitch, and that catches the outside corner for a strike. Lefty on lefty. Moore with the 0-1, and that is fouled back out of play behind the bleachers over on the third base dugout side. So the Monsters will play the Blues this Tuesday. It will be a makeup game. They're back in action at historic Golden Park on Sunday against the Brookhaven Bucks. As Moore, the 0-2. And a swing and a miss. Strike 3 call. A Southern Mosquito Control strikeout. And Eric Moore striking out the first 2 batters he has faced here in the second inning. And that will bring to the plate for the Crackers Connor Totaro. Totaro batting .276. He's got a triple and 2 runs batted in. Moore's first pitch, and there's a high fly ball right to center fielder Yoxtimer, who makes the grab. And a 3-up, 3-down inning for Eric Moore. We'll go to the bottom half of the second inning. The Monsters leading the Crackers 1-0. You are listening to Chattahoochee Monsters Baseball. Welcome back to historic Golden Park. Bottom of the second inning as the Monsters coming up to bat. Warwick Wilmot will lead things off for the Monsters. Richard Holdridge here on the Chattahoochee Monsters YouTube broadcast. We'd like to welcome you who are watching us as the first pitch is swung on and right to the center fielder Campbell. 1 pitch, 1 out as Warwick Wilmot flies out here in the 2nd inning. And that will bring to the plate Luke Hasty. Hasty still trying to get his first hit of the season. He's had 12 at-bats. But he has scored 2 runs on 3 walks. Supa, first pitch to Hasty, and that is in there for a strike. I was wondering how Supa would respond after giving up his first run this season. And so far, so good. Here's the 0-1, and there's a swing and a miss outside the strike zone as he had Hasty chasing. Looked like a slider that was drifting out of the strike zone. He's ahead of the count on Hasty. Supa's 0-2 pitch, and that is fouled back over near the bleachers on the first base side. Fans, there's still plenty of opportunities to come out here and see a Chattahoochee Monsters game. As that pitch, strike 3 call. That was a called strikeout looking for Hasty. And that is Supa's 3rd strikeout. So 2 outs. And Justin Velos is coming to the plate for the Monsters. Velos is batting .207 with 3 runs batted in. As the lefty in the batter's box, Supa's first pitch. And there is a high fly ball. It's going to go right to Campbell. And he makes the grab. So 3 up, 3 down for Ryan Supa. As we played 2 here at historic Golden Park. The Monsters leading the Crackers 1-0. You're listening to Chattahoochee Monsters Baseball. Back at historic Golden Park, Richard Holdridge here on the broadcast. Top of the 3rd inning, and the Chattahoochee Monsters out on front to the Atlanta Crackers 1-0 as they scored the first run given up by the Crackers pitcher Ryan Supa. And Hank Smith for Shane Newsom will lead things off for Eric Moore. That first pitch is outside for a ball. Crackers come into this game 6-6. The Monsters 6-4. They like to snap a 2-game losing streak. They're currently in 3rd place in the SBL. Here's the 1-0, and that is outside, 2-0. Newsom batting .091. He's got 2 RBIs on the season. Moore's 2-0 pitch, and that is in there, and Newsom thinking that he might have went around, and he did, but regardless, it was a strike anyway. Moore from the stretch. Here's the 2-1 outside. And it runs the count to 3-1. Your out-of-town scoreboard, the Atlanta Braves leading the Cincinnati Reds 1-0, top of the third. Here's the 3-1, and that is foul back, and it runs the count full. Minnesota and Detroit all tied up at 3, bottom of the 8th. Seattle tied with Baltimore, top of the 4th at 2. The Toronto Blue Jays leading the Oakland Athletics 4-0, top of the 4th. Now that'll make Tom Callahan happy. He's a Blue Jays fan. There's more. Here's the payoff pitch, and that is low, ball 4. And so Newsom with the leadoff walk for the Crackers, and that will bring to the plate the left fielder, Cole Brennan. Brennan coming into this game batting 172 with 5 runs batted in. Moore's first pitch to Brennan is right on the outside corner for a strike. So the lefty, Eric Moore, so far has pitched 2 scoreless innings, doing work here in the third from the stretch. Glances over at the runner at first. And here's the 0-1 pitch. That's in the dirt, 1-1. Checking to see if Shane Newsom is a threat to steal. He actually does have 1 stolen base. The Crackers as a team has 16 stolen bases. A very fundamentally sound baseball team in the SBL. As there's the 1-1, and that's inside, 2-1. So Eric Moore played collegiate ball at Columbus State. As he's got the throw back to first. His hometown is actually Ackworth, Georgia, which is my hometown. That's pretty awesome. Well, I used to live up in Ackworth. Definitely not my birthplace of where I grew up. But here's Moore from the stretch, the 2-1, and that is a high fly ball popped up out of play, and it runs the count to 2-2. But played Columbus State Cougars under legendary manager Greg Appleton, who did pick up his 900th career victory for the Cougars during the season last year. Moore working from the stretch, and the throwback to first. Some more scores in the out-of-town scoreboard. The Texas Rangers leading the New York Yankees 3-2, bottom of the third. The Mets and Phillies all knotted up at 2 in the bottom of the third. The Miami Marlins leading the Pittsburgh Pirates 1-0, middle of the fourth. And there is the 2-2, and it is inside, and it runs the count full. So Moore has got a full count to the batter, Cole Brennan. Moore's payoff pitch to the plate, and that is inside, ball 4. So back-to-back walks here in the third inning. As the catcher, Smith, is going to come on out and have a conversation with his pitcher. Here comes the manager, Johnny Eaton, just to have a little talk with him, just to settle him down. I mean, he's got 2 runners on. Boy, the Monsters would love to get a double play here. But Carlos Martins will step to the plate for the Crackers. He's coming into this game batting .207. He's got 4 runs, 6 hits, 3 runs batted in, 11 strikeouts. But he's got a prime opportunity with the go-ahead run at first base here in the top of the third inning. Remember, this is a 7-inning game because we will turn around and play game 2. And Moore's first pitch, that is low for a ball. Moore working from the stretch, not worried about the runners. He does check over to second. And then that next pitch is in there, strike one. The ideal situation for the Crackers is to try to bunt these runners over to get a golden opportunity here in the third to either tie it or take the lead. There's the 1-1, and there's a blooper into left, chasing on it, and it's going to fall for a base hit, and the throw to third, and he got him. What a play. So it's going to be scored a fielder's choice by Carlos Martins because it looked like the runner stalled because he thought it was going to get caught, but it fell right in front of Caps, and with the quick play to third base to get the runner out. And so with one out, that will get back to the top of the order. Scott Campbell, who grounded out to short his first time up. One out, two runners on, Moore to the plate, and that is fouled back out of play. I got to tell you, that was a great heads-up play by Caps to throw him out to third base. Pelkey was waiting for him, and I'm not sure. Newsom did not go because he thought it was going to get caught. Moore from the stretch. He checks the runner at second, and the 0-1 pitch, and that is high for a ball, 1-1. Some other scores in the out-of-town scoreboard. The Milwaukee Brewers leading the Cleveland Guardians 3-1, top of the fourth. And the Red Sox and White Sox, they are scoreless. Moore's 1-1 pitch, and there is a ground ball to Barry. The throw to second for one, and that's all they're going to get. So 6-4 on the putout. And that will actually end the inning. We did have a fielder's choice. There should be two outs. Well, we'll go to the bottom of the third inning, and the Monsters still leading 1-0 over the Atlanta Crackers. And I will have to re-watch the broadcast to see if that was 2 outs or 3 outs because I'm actually scoring everything on my score sheet. But we will go to the third inning. You are watching Chattahoochee Monsters baseball. Back at historic Golden Park, bottom of the third inning, the Chattahoochee Monsters leading the Atlanta Crackers 1-0. Richard Holdridge here on the broadcast, here for the Chattahoochee Monsters YouTube channel. And boy, that dugout for the Monsters is just getting fired up. Hank Smith, the catcher, leading things off for the Monsters. Smith coming into this game, he has yet to get a hit. He's had 9 at-bats, and Supa's first pitch is low for a ball. Lefty on lefty. Supa delivers the 1-0 pitch. That is low, ball 2. So Ryan Supa, coming into this game in his 4th start, he had 11 innings, and he gave up his first run of the season in the first. Here's the 2-0 curve, and just missed. 3-0. I'll tell you what, Hank Smith is definitely going to be taken here, especially with Corey Berry on deck. And the 3-0 pitch from Supa, and that is inside, ball 4. 4 straight pitches to Hank Smith, a leadoff walk, and that will bring to the plate the shortstop, Corey Berry, who is remembered from last week, had one of the most incredible plays I've ever seen calling baseball games. He stole home. It caught all of us up in the press box off guard, but it was absolutely incredible. Corey Berry batting .250. I mean, he's got 11 walks. He also has 4 stolen bases. One of those stolen bases was the steal to home. Supa to the stretch, and that is inside for a ball. So Supa has thrown 5 straight balls to start the batters off here in the 3rd to the Monsters. Supa checks the runner at first. And the 1-0, and that is inside, ball 2. 2-0 the count to Corey Berry. Fans, don't forget that this Tuesday the Monsters are going to be at Georgia State Field taking on the Blues for that makeup game. As here's the 2-0 pitch, and it is outside for a ball. So 7 straight balls for Ryan Supa, and he's going to have a little conversation with his catcher, Jackson. So right now, Jackson, O'Neal, and Rose for Gainesville all have 3 home runs on the season. That is leading the Sun Belt. So we have a 3-way tie for the home run leading. As Supa from the stretch checks the runner at first. And the 3-0 to Berry, and that is low, ball 4. So the Monsters back-to-back walks. And that will bring to the top of the order Brooks Parkerson, who led off the first inning with a walk. He also stole a base, scored a run on the RBI double by Jackson Yoxheimer. And we're getting a mound conversation for the Atlanta Crackers just to see what they want to do here. I do see somebody in the bullpen for the Crackers. As Ryan Supa is back out on the mound. 2 runners on for the Monsters, no outs, bottom of the 3rd inning. Brooks Parkerson is the batter. Supa checks the runner at second. And the first pitch showing bunt, lays down a bunt as Parkerson, and Supa tries to get it. The second baseman cannot make a play as Worth tried to throw it, and he did not, and now the bases are loaded. I think that's going to be scored a hit because of the speed going down the first base line by Parkerson. And now with the bases loaded and no outs, here comes to the plate Jackson Yoxheimer, who doubled in the first. He's got the only RBI in the game, and here's the first pitch from Supa, and that is inside for a ball. The Monsters 6-4 on the season, and they're trying to snap a 2-game losing streak. Supa, the 1-0, and there's a ground ball up the middle. Base hit into center field. In comes a run to score. Rounding third and scoring again. Berry gets a run in, and Yoxheimer with a 2 RBI single. He's got 3 RBIs, 2 for 2 And the Monsters now lead the Crackers 3-0. And Yoxheimer hit that the same exact spot that he hit the double in the first inning. Still no outs. And the Monsters have a runner at second and first, and Brody Capps will come to the plate. Supa from the stretch. First pitch is outside. So far in this third inning, Supa has given up 3 runs. He has not given up a run all season until today. Supa, the 1-0. And that's right on the outside corner for a strike. It evens the count at 1-1. Supa working from the stretch. Checks the runner at second. Glances over at the runner at second again. There's a long lead, and the runner is going. The throw down to second as they get him in a run, as they threw to second instead of throwing. And now the runner's coming home. Here's a throw to the plate, and he is safe. Everybody is safe as Brooks Parkerson scores a run on that play, and it was a crazy play because Parkerson had a great jump, and the catcher decided to throw down to second, which gave Parkerson a dilemma. While Yoxheimer was in a pickle, he was thinking, should I go home to make them commit to home? And it paid off, and now the Monsters lead 4-0. That was a well-done play, and Yoxheimer's over at third now, and then Brody Capps, he lines one into right field for a base hit, and Yoxheimer will score. And Brody Capps, so 3 straight singles. Yoxheimer scores a run, and now the Monsters lead 5-0. Still no outs here in the bottom of the third. So I will bring to the plate Chase Evans, who struck out in the first. Evans, lefty on lefty. Supa to the plate, and that is inside for a ball, and that almost hit Evans. Supa working from the stretch. Here's the 1-0 pitch, swing and a miss. And the count is 1-1. Supa checks the runner at first. And the 1-1. And that's a curve, and that hit him. That hit Evans right on the jersey. He will take first base. And now the Monsters can really do some damage in this inning. They got a runner at first and second. No outs. Braden Pelkey coming up to the plate. He struck out his first time up to end the first inning. 0 for 1 in this game. Supa working from the stretch. Checks the runner at second. And the pitch to Pelkey is outside for a ball. Your out-of-town scoreboard, bottom of the third inning. The Braves leading the Reds 3-1. Supa checks the runner. And the 1-0 pitch, and that is in there, 1-1. Still no outs for the Chattahoochee Monsters. They put up 4 runs here in this third inning. Supa with the 1-1 pitch. Runner goes. The throw down to second, and he is safe. And it's a double steal for the Monsters, as Capps was taken off with the movement of the pitcher to the mound. And once again, Jackson made the decision to try to get the runner at second, but the runners are going to go back, as like the umpire is having a conversation. I think that we'll try to figure out what is going on here. Might have been a delay of game or what. The runners did not do the double steal. They are back to the bags. So we have runners at first and second for the Monsters.
Number 11, first baseman, Ward Wilmot.
So it looks like that was a strikeout. So Wilmot, with one out, Wilmot comes up to the plate. Supa's first pitch, and it's foul back. So what happened was Pelkey struck out, and it looked like it was a double steal, but because it was a foul tip, that the runners had to go back to first and second. So it was a foul tip strikeout. Supa from the stretch. And the 0-1, that is in the dirt. 1-1, gets away from Jackson, but he's able to get it back to Supa and without any of the runners advancing. Supa working from the stretch. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and that is a high fly ball into left field. Brennan underneath it makes the catch for the second out. The runners go back to the bags, and it'll be a fly out for Wilmot. And Luke Hasty coming to the plate. He struck out in the second inning, 0 for 1. As the Chattahoochee Monsters have put up 4 runs here in the third, leading the Crackers 5-0. Supa, first pitch, and that is foul back all the way to the backstop. It'll be 0-1. So next week in the Sun Belt, we only have one game during the weekday, and that is a makeup game from a rainout. It's the Monsters and the Blues on Tuesday. Supa from the stretch, and there's the steal. There's a ground ball into left field for a base hit, and a run will come to score. There's the throw to third, safe on the play, and advancing over to second base is Luke Hasty. He's got himself a double, and another run comes in, and the Monsters lead 6-0. That was just great base running by Evans as well. It was a hit and run, and he was able to score on that play, and the Monsters have really opened it up here in the bottom of the third. They now lead 6-0 over the Crackers. And this is actually a very important game when it comes to standings in the Sun Belt, because the Crackers right now are in fourth place. They're 6-6. Supa's first pitch, that is right in there for a strike. It does get away from Jackson. I mean, the Monsters are 6-4, but they've played 2 less games because they had 2 rainouts. Last week against Gainesville, and then the week before against Atlanta. Supa working from the stretch. The 0-1. There's a breaking ball outside, 1-1. To Justin Velos, who flied out to center his first time up. Runners in scoring position for the Monsters. The 1-1, and that is low for a ball. Ryan Supa, the former Sun Belt Pitcher of the Week for Week 1. He's already given up 6 runs in this game. The 2-1, and that is fouled back. It looked like it got jammed on his fingertips, and he just fouls it out of play. We're here at historic Golden Park. This is a doubleheader between the Monsters and the Crackers. Here's the 2-2, and that is fouled back again. So Velos is spoiling off some pitches. I tell you, Supa has thrown a lot of pitches in this game, and it really started with the first 2 batters as Brooks Parkerson got into a leadoff walk, and it really got things going in the first. There's the 2-2, Foul back once again. We still have some action in the bullpen for the Crackers. We'll try to get a roster for you. There's the 2-2 and swung on a miss, strike 3. And Supa strikes out Vilas, but not before the damage was done. The Chattahoochee Monsters put up 5 in the third inning. We go to the top of the fourth inning. Your score, Chattahoochee 6, the Atlanta Crackers nothing. You are watching Chattahoochee Monsters baseball. Back at historic Golden Park, top of the fourth inning, the Chattahoochee Monsters leading the Atlanta Crackers 6-0. Eric Moore, 3 scoreless innings as he has got 3 strikeouts. And Jack Fleming coming to the plate for the Crackers. He struck out in the first. Moore working from the stretch. And the first pitch to Fleming, and that is in there for a strike. So like I mentioned on the broadcast, the Atlanta Crackers won 4 straight Sun Belt titles from 2013 to 2016. And that pitch is outside for a ball, and it's 1-1. They do have the most titles when it comes to teams in the Sun Belt. Moore's 1-1 pitch, and that is a check swing, but it hits the bat and it goes foul. So Gainesville won it last year in 2022. The Atlanta Crackers were the runners-up. They were also the runners-up in 2017 when they lost to the Sun Belt Patriots. As Moore, the 1-2, and that is in the dirt, 2-2. You had the Brookhaven Bucks winning it in 19 and 18. Alpharetta won it in 21. And, of course, there was not a champion in 2020 because the majority of the sports were, especially all the lower-tier leagues, were canceled because of COVID. Moore's 2-2 pitch. Swung on a miss, strike 3, a Southern Mosquito Control strikeout, and that is the 4th strikeout for Eric Moore. And Ben Olson will come to the plate. He does not have official at bat. He walked in the first. The extra hitter with 1 out. Steps into the plate. And the first pitch, that's in there for a strike. The Chattahoochee Monsters 6-4, trying to snap a 2-game losing streak. They are playing a doubleheader today against the Atlanta Crackers. Moore's 0-1 pitch outside, 1-1. This is traditionally this week is what we call All-Star break. A lot of these collegiate players will go and play in showcase games. There's the 1-1, then that is popped foul, and it's right over. Oh, and it hits the roof of Columbus Live. Look out. I'm sure people over there in Columbus Live and just chilling and just relaxing, and they hear a thud, and like, oh, what just happened? Moore from the stretch. And the 1-2. And there is a ground ball right to the third baseman, Pelkey. The throw to first. 2 away. 5-3 on the putout. And Tyler Jackson, the leading home run leader in the Sun Belt, coming up to the plate. He grounded into a 6-4 putout to end the first. Jackson has the leading home runs, and there's a first pitch. There's a pop fly into right. It looks like it's going to make the grab as Velas. One pitch, one out, and it's a 3-up, 3-down for Eric Moore, who has pitched 4 scoreless innings here at historic Golden Park. We'll go to the bottom half of the fourth. The Monsters leading the Crackers 6-0. You are listening to Chattahoochee Monsters Baseball. Back at historic Golden Park, bottom of the fourth inning we go. We got a new pitcher on the mound for the Atlanta Crackers. It's Andrew Arnold from Bogart, Georgia. As he has on the season, this is his 7th appearance for the Crackers. He's got 11 2/3 innings pitched, 15 strikeouts, and he has yet to give up a run. So that will be all for Ryan Supa, as he has pitched 3 innings, has given up 6 runs. So leading things off for the Chattahoochee Monsters is going to be the catcher, Hank Smith, who walked in the third. He started that big inning in the third inning, where the Monsters put up 5 runs. And they practically batted around as all 10 batters came up to the plate in the third. And so Arnold, the lefty, first pitch, and it is foul back. Arnold to the plate. That is in there for a strike. So it's an 0-2 count to Hank Smith. Here's the pitch, and there's a breaking ball that just did not quite get the movement that Arnold wanted, and ducking out of the way with Smith, and it'll be a ball, 1-2. Arnold's 1-2 pitch to Smith. Swung on a miss, strike 3. Smith goes down on strikeouts, and Corey Berry will come to the plate for the Monsters. He walked in the 3rd inning, scored a run, and they will have the top of the order. So Corey Berry had the most exciting play last week. He stole home. He's got 4 steals on the season. As Arnold's first pitch to Berry, it right to Arnold, and he underhands it to first for the second out. Be 1-3 on the put out. So with 2 outs, the top of the order coming up for the Monsters. And Brooks Parkerson, who's 1 for 1, he's got 2 runs scored with a stolen base. Up to the plate with 2 outs here for the Monsters. Arnold, first pitch is outside for a ball. Parkerson, the 1-0 pitch, swing and a miss, 1-1. Your out-of-town scoreboard, the Braves, bottom of the 4th inning, leading the Cincinnati Reds, 3-1. There's the pitch, and that is driven into right for a base hit. It's going to fall right to Fleming, and a 2-out single for Brooks Parkerson. He has been on base every time in this game. He's got 2 singles. And then Jackson Yoxheimer with 2 outs and a runner at first will be the batter. He's 2 for 2 in the game with 3 RBIs and a run scored. Arnold checks the runner, and the pitch to Yoxheimer, and that is fouled back behind the backstop. Yoxheimer would love to get a hold of one here. He has been one of the hottest hitters for the Monsters. Played at Central, won a state title with the Central Red Devils back in 2022. There's a pitch that is inside for a strike. Outside, 0-2. Fans, don't forget on Tuesday at 6 p.m., the Coaches Show with Tom Callahan and the Chattahoochee manager, Steve Smith, right here at Columbus Live. And you can check it on 106.9 Rock in Columbus. And there's a ground ball right to the second baseman, Worth, to throw to first. And the Crackers get out of the inning. But the Monsters do strand 1. We've played 4 here at historic Golden Park. It's the Monsters 6, the Crackers nothing. You are listening to Chattahoochee Monsters Baseball. Back at historic Golden Park, Richard Holdridge here on the broadcast. The Monsters leading the Crackers 6-0, top of the 5th. Just an update on that out-of-town scoreboard. The Reds actually have tied it. It's the bottom of the 4th, and it's 3-3 over there in Cincinnati. The 2 hottest teams in the National League. Is the Braves did snap that 12-game win streak that the Reds had over the weekend. Eric Moore out there to continue on in the 5th. And the first pitch to Gabe Worth is inside for a ball. Gabe Worth struck out in the second inning. He's 0 for 1. Moore, 4 scoreless innings, 4 strikeouts. There's a high fly ball into right field, but it's right at the right fielder, Vilas, to make the grab, as that was a line drive, went right to Vilas. Second pitch for the first out. And Braden Smith will come to the plate for the Crackers. Actually, we do have a pinch hitter in the game. As I will try to get his number. It's Jeff Penmantel from Shorter University, the sophomore out of Duluth, Georgia. Penmantel in the pinch hit, and the first pitch to from Moore is inside for a ball. Moore, the lefty, to the plate. That's inside, 2-0. Moore's 2-0 pitch is outside, ball 3. Moore, the 3-0 pitch. That's in there for a strike. So the Atlanta Crackers, they are managed by Kevin Meestickle, and they play their home games at Stillwell Stadium in Kennesaw State. There's the 3-1 pitch, swung on a miss by Pimentel. It runs the count full. So they play up in Kennesaw, Georgia. But they've carried on the Crackers name because that is a historic club from back in the old days. And that is right down the middle, strike 3, as Pimentel was caught looking. A Southern Mosquito Control strikeout for Eric Moore, and he's got 5 strikeouts in this game. So with 2 outs, Connor Todero, who flied out to end the second, will come up to the plate for the Crackers. First pitch from Moore is a curve that is right in there for a strike. So the Crackers split a 2-game series with the Blues last week. They got swept by the Chattahoochee last weekend. 2 very close games, as that's 0-1 pitches low for a ball. But they do have a 6-6 record. Their next home game is going to be against the Gainesville Gold Diggers this Friday and Saturday up at Kennesaw State. There's the 1-1, and that is outside. That one thing of note, that actually is a rematch of the 2022 SBL Championship. Because right now the Gainesville Gold Diggers with an 11-2 record. They have the best record in the SBL. Right behind them is the Columbus Chattahoochee at 10-3. There's the 2-1 pitch, and it's popped up to the center fielder, Yoxtimer. He's underneath it. He makes the grab. So 3 up, 3 down. And Eric Moore has pitched 5 scoreless innings here at historic Golden Park. To the bottom of that 5th inning, we go. The Monsters leading the Crackers 6-0. You are listening to Chattahoochee Monsters Baseball. Back at historic Golden Park, bottom of the 5th inning, the Monsters leading the Crackers 6-0, and we have a new pitcher on the mound for the Crackers. It is Owen Thomas, the freshman from Peachtree City, Georgia. You know, they went to the Little League World Series a couple of years ago. They might have been on that team. From Georgia College and State University. And the first pitch to Brody Capps is lined back. Capps is 1 for 2. He singled and scored a run in that big 3rd inning. There's the 0-1, and that is in there for a strike. 0-2 to Brody Capps. And here's the pitch, a curveball just outside. Thomas making his 5th appearance. He's got a 3.17 earned run average. And there's a pitch right down the middle, strike 3, as Brody Capps caught looking, 1 down, and Chase Evans will be the batter. He is 0 for 1, hit by a pitch his last time up in the 3rd. So Thomas, 5th appearance. He's pitched 5 2/3 innings with 9 strikeouts. He has given up a homer this season. That first pitch to Evans, that is in there for a strike. 0-1 to the cleanup hitter, Chase Evans. There's a pitch, swing and a miss. And Evans is down on strikes, 0-2. Thomas working from the stretch. And the 0-2 pitch, fastball, outside for a ball. It's a beautiful day here at historic Golden Park. I mean, there's a couple of clouds in the sky, but you know it's not too hot out there. The 1-2, and it's popped up. Be out of play. I mean, the temperature, right now, it is 90 degrees practically, and people could just stay in the shade. You got plenty of shade out here. The sun is in a perfect position. There's the 1-2, and that is lined right to the center fielder. Did he make the grab? He did. What a shoestring catch by Campbell for the 2nd out. I actually thought that was going to fall in for a base hit, but Campbell played it perfectly. Now Braden Pelkey with 2 outs will come to bat for the Monsters. He is 0 for 2. He's got 2 strikeouts. Thomas from the stretch. And the first pitch to Pelkey, and there's a fastball in there for a strike. Thomas with the 0-1 pitch, and there's a ground ball right to the short. He's got in trouble. Martians the throw to first in time, and a quick 1-2-3 inning for the Atlanta Crackers. As we go to the top of the 6th inning, the Chattahoochee Monsters leading the Crackers 6-0. You're listening to Chattahoochee Monsters Baseball. Back at historic Golden Park, top of the 6th inning, the Chattahoochee Monsters leading the Crackers 6-0. And Eric Moore out to work the 6th for the Monsters. He has pitched 5 scoreless innings with 5 strikeouts. And Shane Newsom, the batter for the Crackers, walked in the 3rd inning. Moore, the lefty, first pitch to Newsom, and that is just outside for a ball. 1-0. Richard Holdridge here on the broadcast on the Chattahoochee Monsters YouTube page. There's the 1-0, and there's a fastball outside, 2-0. I was looking at the weather. It is 93 degrees outside, according to the weather app on my phone. As Moore's 2-0 pitch, and that is fouled back. But usually when it's that hot, the field temperature is a lot hotter. But a lot of these fans are in the shade. As the umpire will just throw back a baseball over to Moore. And I'm very impressed with Moore working the 6th inning. As you do have 7-inning games, this really is going to help their bullpen. They do see action in the bullpen for the Monsters, though. 2-1 pitch, and that is in there, strike 2. Eric Moore working the 6th inning, the Columbus State Cougar. Here's the 2-2 pitch, and that is outside, runs the count full. Eric Moore from Ackworth, Georgia. I've probably got to do my research to see what high school he went to, more than likely North Cobb, but if anybody knows, they can comment. Here's the payoff pitch, and that is in there for a strike on the outside corner, a Southern Mosquito Control strikeout, and ring them up, folks. Eric Moore has got 6 strikeouts, and he is showing no signs of fatigue here in the 6th inning as Newsom goes down on strikes, and Cole Brennan, the batter who walked in the 3rd. It looked like the Crackers were going to get a big inning in the 3rd. I think that was the momentum. When the Crackers did not score a run in the 3rd, the Monsters just broke it open, scoring 5 runs in the 3rd. Moore's first pitch to Brennan. There's a curveball, and that's in there for a strike. Good location by Moore on that 12-6 curve. Moore to the plate, the 0-1, and that's foul back, 0-2. So Cole Brennan from Cincinnati. You know, the Reds are playing the Braves right now. His school went to Chattanooga State Tech Community College. But looking up and down this roster, a lot of players from Kennesaw State. As the 0-2 pitch is high for a ball, as that is their home stadium. Fred Stillwell Stadium at Kennesaw State. It's a beautiful ballpark. I've been there for an Atlantic Sun game. As the 1-2, and it's a changeup, and he got a little bit on it. It's popped up right to the right fielder, Velos, and he makes the grab for the 2nd out. I tell you what, Moore has really been mowing down the hitters and making them swing on first pitches. And he could be finishing this 6th inning. Now Carlos Martins comes to the plate. He grounded into a fielder's choice in the 3rd. Carlos Martins from Ackworth, Georgia, played at Gordon College. There's a pitch that's in the dirt for a ball. A lot of players on this Crackers team. Their hometown is Kennesaw, Woodstock, Ackworth. It seems like that whole area in the North Metro Atlanta, can't tell what city you're in. They're all lumped together. We'll just say Cobb County. The 1-0 pitch, check swing, and he doesn't matter because it was a strike. 1-1. The top of the lineup is on deck for the Crackers here with 2 outs, hoping that Martins can get aboard. And there's a pitch, and it is popped up right to Yoxtimer. He pulls the shades underneath it and makes the grab. And it's a 3-up, 3-down inning for Eric Moore as he has pitched 6 scoreless innings. We go to the bottom half of the 6th inning. The Chattahoochee Monsters leading the Crackers 6-0. You're listening to Chattahoochee Monsters Baseball. Back at historic Golden Park, bottom of the 6th inning, the Monsters coming up to bat with a 6-0 lead over the Atlanta Crackers. Richard Holdridge here on the broadcast on the Chattahoochee Monsters YouTube channel. We do have a new pitcher on the mound for the Atlanta Crackers. It is Brady Owens, the freshman from Ball State out of the MAC Conference. There's a curve that catches the corner right in there for a strike. There's a swing and a miss by Wilmont, and it's strike 2. Warwick Wilmont, 0 for 2. He flied out to center, and he flied out to left. Like to get his first hit of the game as Owens pitch. There's a ground ball right to the shortstop. Martin's a throw to first. And one away. So 6-3 on the putout, and Luke Hasty will come up to the plate. 1 for 2 with a double and a run batted in. There's Brady Owens, another one of those players on the Crackers from Ackworth, Georgia. There's the first pitch to Hasty, and that is in there for a strike. And really, Ackworth and Kennesaw, they're both in Cobb County. I mean, Ackworth is 5 minutes away from the campus. So the 0-1 pitch, and that just is in the dirt, and it scoots back behind the catcher to the backstop, 1-1. Fans, don't forget that we have got Game 2 coming up approximately 30 minutes after the duration of this game. Here's the 1-1. High fly ball into left field. Right at it is Brennan, and he makes the grab for the second out, and he caught it, but he dropped it. But it looked like he made a baseball move, and the umpire called it out. But you could see it pop out of his glove after he made the catch. But it is a fly out by Luke Hasty. That's probably a first in the history of broadcasting. He made a baseball move. Justin Vilas will step up to the plate, 0 for 2 in this game. Here in the bottom of the 6th inning, Arnold's first pitch. That is outside for a ball. The Chattahoochee Monsters, 6-4, currently in 3rd place in the Sun Belt, trying to snap a 2-game losing streak. Here's the 1-0 and a curveball, and it is belted into left field for a base hit. Vilas is rounding first. into second, and he is on his horse into the third. There's a throw, and he has got a triple, and he hears it from the crowd. Justin Velos, he turned on the Jets, and he gets himself a triple here with 2 outs. It was good placement of the ball, too, going opposite field power into left field, and he knew he was going to get a double, and then he's like, why not go for 3? Got to get this triple. So Hank Smith will be the batter. Arnold from the stretch, and the first pitch is outside for a ball. And that is crucial because any pass ball and Velos is going to score. I'll tell you, the manager, Johnny Eaton for Chattahoochee, has got to feel confident with this team. Up 6-0. There's a pitch down the middle for a strike, 1-1. Arnold from the stretch. And the pitch, the 1-1 is outside for a ball. Your out-of-town scoreboard, top of the 6th inning, the Braves and the Reds all tied up at 3. Bottom of the 7th inning, Toronto leading Oakland 5-1. You got the Mets leading the Phillies 5-3, top of the 6th. Orioles have taken the lead over the Mariners, top of the 8th, 3-2. There's the 2-1, swing and a miss, strike 2. The Milwaukee Brewers and the Guardians tied up at 4. The Miami Marlins leading the Pittsburgh Pirates, bottom of the 8th, 1-0. Kansas City and Tampa Bay tied at 1, bottom of the 6th. And then the Texas Rangers leading the Yankees 3-2, bottom of the 6th. Here's the 2-2. And that's just outside, and it runs the count full to Hank Smith, the catcher behind the plate for the Chattahoochee Monsters. Monsters will travel to Georgia State next game. There's the 3-2, swing and a miss, strike 3, and Arnold comes in, strands that runner at third, and if the Crackers want to try to get back into this game, they got 3 outs to do it. We go to the top of the 7th inning, and the Chattahoochee Monsters are 3 outs away from snapping a 2-game losing streak. They are leading the Atlanta Crackers 6-0. You are listening to Chattahoochee Monsters Baseball. Back here at historic Golden Park, top of the 7th inning, and the Chattahoochee Monsters leading the Atlanta Crackers 6-0. And Eric Moore is out on the mound to attempt to pitch this complete game, as he has pitched 6 innings and he has struck out 6, as he's got 6 scoreless innings. And he has got 3 outs to go as the Chattahoochee Monsters trying to snap a 2-game losing streak. And as far as standings in the SBL, this is a very important game because the Crackers right now are 6-6, and they are in 4th place in the SBL. The Gainesville Gold Diggers in first with an 11-2 record. The Columbus Chattahoots at 10-3 in 2nd place. As this week is what we like to call All-Star Week, where a lot of these players will go do showcase games. But here we go as Eric Moore on to face the top of the order for the Crackers, Scott Campbell, who's 0 for 2 in this game. And the first pitch to Campbell is popped up. Yoxtimer underneath it makes the catch. As he got a jump on it, Yoxtimer is really patrolling center field. Just incredible out there. And so Campbell flies out to Yoxtimer, and Jack Fleming will come to the plate for the Crackers. 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts. Eric Moore, so far, 6 and a third inning. He has struck out 6. Here's the first pitch to Fleming, and there's a high fly ball to Yoxtimer, and he makes the catch right in the breadbasket, and the Monsters are 1 out away from winning this game. Ben Olson will be the batter. He is 0 for 1. He walked in the first. He grounded out to third in the 4th inning. Tyler Jackson on deck. I know the Crackers would like to keep this inning going as they're down to their last out. Moore from the stretch, and the first pitch is outside for a ball. The Monsters will face the Atlanta Blues this Tuesday night up at Georgia State. There's the 1-0. And that is low, ball 2. Eric Moore, the lefty from Columbus State University, his hometown, Ackworth, Georgia. Moore working from the stretch. Here's the 2-0 pitch. There's a fastball popped up right to the right fielder, Vilas. He makes the grab, and Eric Moore throws a no-hitter, and the Chattahoochee Monsters win the game 6-0 over the Atlanta Crackers. They snap a 2-game losing streak. They go to 7-4. They're in 3rd place. As what a performance by Eric Moore. As we will have the final line totals for you. Once again, the Chattahoochee Monsters defeat the Atlanta Crackers 6-0. We'll be back with the final totals, and then we will get ready for Game 2 here at historic Golden Park. You're listening to Chattahoochee Monsters Baseball. Back at historic Golden Park, the Chattahoochee Monsters pick up the victory. Eric Moore with a complete game shutout, a no-hitter, 6 strikeouts. He gets the win, and the Monsters go to 7-4. The final line score, Parkerson was 2 for 2, Yoxtimer 2 for 3 with 3 runs batted in, and the Monsters broke it open in that 3rd inning, putting up 5 runs on the board, and the Crackers could not get anything going from their top batsman, and they did not get a hit. They did get 2 runners on in the 3rd, and I think that the momentum really favored the Crackers as they were trying to answer that first run in the 1st. And Ryan Supa, the pitcher who came into this game, he did not allow a run coming into this game. He pitched 3 innings and gave up 5. But a very good performance by the Crackers bullpen as they came in, and their next 2 games are going to be against the Gainesville Gold Diggers as it's a rematch of the 2022 SBL Championship. The Chattahoochee Monsters are going to be traveling up to the Georgia State campus in Decatur to take on the Atlanta Blues on Tuesday. That's going to be a makeup game. And then they will be back in action here 1 week from today at historic Golden Park, taking on the Brookhaven Bucks. that's going to do it here. Stay tuned for Game 2 of this doubleheader between the Chattahoochee Monsters and the Atlanta Crackers. I want to thank Drew and Connor working the board. An awesome job, fellas. And I want to thank Tom Callahan giving me this opportunity to call this game as well. For everybody here at Historic Golden Park, I'm Richard Holdridge saying so long, and we'll see you back here. And they're telling us first pitch is going to be at 5 p.m., so stay tuned for that. Game 2 will be coming right up in just a bit. You are listening to Chattahoochee Monsters Baseball. We'll see you in a bit. And a good afternoon, baseball fans. Welcome back to historic Golden Park. Game 2 of the Chattahoochee Monsters taking on the Atlanta Crackers. The Monsters defeated the Crackers 6-0 thanks to a no-hitter pitched by Eric Moore. 7 scoreless innings, 6 strikeouts, and he picks up his second victory of the season. The Monsters currently 7-4. The Atlanta Crackers are 6-7, still in 4th place in the SBL. Here's a quick rundown of the starting lineups, starting with the Crackers. Leading off and playing center field, Scott Campbell. Batting second in right field, Jack Fleming. The extra hitter and batting third, Ben Olson. The cleanup hitter batting first, Braden Smith. Batting fifth and second baseman, Jackson Alford. The extra hitter batting 16th, Connor Totero. Batting 7th, the left fielder, Cole Brennan. Behind the plate and batting 8th is Will Beckham, and batting 9th, the third baseman, Cole Smith, and batting 10th, the shortstop, Carlos Martins. And on the mound for the Atlanta Crackers is Jean-Luc Galanton. For the Monsters, leading off, Brooks Parkerson, batting second, Jackson Yoxtimer, batting third, the left fielder, Brody Capps. The extra hitter and the cleanup hitter is Warwick Wilmot. Batting fifth behind the plate is Luke Hasty. Batting sixth, the first baseman, Chase Evans. Batting seventh, the third baseman, Noah Jones. Batting eighth and playing second base, Brandon Davis. Batting ninth in the right fielder, Tanner Martin. And batting 10th, the extra hitter, Nicola Mezzatoti. And on the mound for your Chattahoochee Monsters is Tanner Cotton, as we got to see him last week when they took on the Alpharetta Aviators. Cotton making his third appearance. He has pitched in 4 innings. This is his second start of the season, and he is yet to give up a run. He's got 3 strikeouts as the Monsters try to go for the sweep here at historic Golden Park against the Atlanta Crackers. How is everybody doing? I'm Richard Holdridge here on the broadcast for the Chattahoochee Monsters YouTube channel. We want to welcome everybody that's watching us on YouTube. And we'd like to thank everybody that's here at historic Golden Park for this second game. As Cotton's first pitch to Campbell, and that is popped up into right field as Martin underneath it makes the grab. 1 pitch, 1 out here in the first. So Jack Fleming will come up to the plate for the Crackers. He was 0 for 3 in the first game with 2 strikeouts, and he flied out to center as nobody got a hit in the first game. The Crackers did have 3 walks. A great performance by Eric Moore. That first pitch is on the inside corner for a strike to Jack Fleming, the batter. Cotton from the wind, the 0-1, and that's a breaking ball, and it is popped up right to the center fielder, Yoxtimer, and he makes the grab. So 3 pitches and 2 outs already. Tanner Cotton is really doing a great job getting ahead of the batters and making them swing those early pitches in the count. And Ben Olson will be the batter. He was one of 3 Crackers to reach base in that first game. He walked in the first inning, and he grounded out to third, 0 for 1, an official at bat. As Cotton from the wind and the pitch, and that is popped up. Looks like shallow center field. Yoxtimer calls it, and 3 up, 3 down for the Atlanta Crackers as Tanner Cotton does quick work of the first 3 hitters for the Crackers. We go to the bottom half of the first inning, and the Monsters are coming up to bat. We are scoreless here at historic Golden Park, and you are listening to Chattahoochee Monsters Baseball. Back at historic Golden Park, Richard Holdridge here on the broadcast. Bottom of the first inning in this game 2 of a doubleheader. We'd like to welcome you here. And it is about 93 degrees outside, but there's still plenty of seats here at Golden Park, and they have plenty of shade. As baseball fans really have gotten a great showing that first game as Eric Moore pitches a no-hitter. And leading things off for the Chattahoochee Monsters is Brooks Parkerson, who reached base all 3 times in that first game, 2 for 2 with 2 singles and a walk. And he also scored 2 runs. And the pitcher, John Luke Glanton for the Crackers. That first pitch to Parkerson is fouled back. Glanton making his 5th appearance. His 5th start. He's pitched 12 innings. He's got a 1.50 ERA.
Third base, zoom in a little bit.
Glanton. He's got an 0-1 count to Parkerson, and the pitch. That is in there on the outside corner for a strike. 0-2. Here's the 0-2. And that's outside. 1-2. Like to welcome you here to historic Golden Park as the 1-1 pitch. And that got close to hitting him, but it was inside for a ball. And I thought it grazed him, but it was very close. He had to get out of the way, and it's now 2-1. And here's the pitch, and that is blooped right to the second baseman, Alford, and he makes the grab for the first out. That will bring to the plate Jackson Yoxheimer, who had a big game, in game 1, as he went 2 for 3 with a double, a single, and 3 runs batted in. And that first pitch is fouled away. Yoxheimer, the Central Red Devil, won a state championship at the 7A level in the AHSAA back in 2022. Here's the 0-1. That is in there for a strike, 0-2. Good placement by Jean-Luc Glanton. Winds, delivers. The 0-2 fastball, and Yoxheimer fouls it off, and it's going to sail and hit the roof of the bullpen. And it goes out of play. And you got some eager fans chasing down the foul balls, kind of like what I did when I was a kid. You see a foul ball, you try to run to it. Here's the 0-2, and it is low and outside, ball 1. Glanton delivers the 1-2, and it's a fastball inside, and it evens the count at 2-2. Your out-of-town scoreboard, top of the 8th inning, the Braves leading the Cincinnati Reds 6-4. You also have the Florida Gators leading the LSU Tigers in Game 2 of the College World Series. The 1-2, and that is up the middle for a base hit, and Yoxheimer does it again. The 3rd straight hit of this series where he hits it up the middle, and he gets a 1-out single. He has been the Chattahoochee Monsters' hottest hitter on this team. I mean, he's leading the team in batting average. I mean, he's got now over 500. I mean, he's had 9 hits so far this season. And so he's aboard, and Brody Capps will be the batter for the Monsters. Yoxheimer with a decent lead at first. Glanton to the plate. And that is in there for a strike on the outside corner. Glanton throws back to first. Yoxheimer dives back to the bag. So Brody Capps went 1 for 3 in game 1. He singled as that gets past the catcher, and Yoxheimer is just going to trot over to second with a steal. Looked like it was a wild pitch. They might score that one a wild pitch as it got away from Jackson. Actually, Will Beckham is now the catcher. Glanton. Yoxheimer over at second. checks the runner. And the 1-1 pitch. And it's a fastball low in the dirt, 2-1. Out of town scoreboard, the Mets leading the Phillies 6-4. You got the Brewers leading the Guardians, and free baseball. Top of the 10th inning, they're up 5-4. As Glanton's 2-1 pitch, and that is inside. 3-1 hitters count coming up to Brody Capps is the heart of the order coming up for the Monsters. Washington leading San Diego 1-0, top of the second. Glanton checks Yoxtimer. 3-1 to the plate. And that catches the outside corner. It runs the count full to the left fielder, Brody Capps. Glanton with the payoff pitch. And there's a ground ball right to third base. He bobbles it. Smith throws it to first, not in time. And Capps is aboard with, it looks like it's going to be an error on the third baseman, Smith. And Yoxtimer advances over to third, and now the Monsters have runners at the corners with Warwick Wilmot coming to the plate, the cleanup hitter for the Monsters. So the Chattahoochee Monsters, 7-4 on the season. They did defeat the Atlanta Crackers 6-0 here in Game 1. They will take on the Atlanta Blues on Tuesday for a makeup game, and they're back here at historic Golden Park on Sunday against the Brookhaven Bucks. Glanton working from the stretch and to the plate. And that is lined to the left field, and that is going to fall for a base hit. In comes Yoxtimer to score, and the Chattahoochee Monsters take the 1-0 lead. Great at bat for Warwick Wilmot to pick up the RBI. And with one out and runners at first and second, Luke Hasty coming to the plate as he 1 for 3 in that first game, a double and a run batted in. As the righty steps into the batter's box. Glanton. First pitch to Hasty, and that barely got inside and almost hit him, and Hasty had to get out of the way, and it's a 1-0 count. Glanton from the stretch to the plate. That's inside, ball 2. Two balls and no strikes. Glanton from the stretch. And the 2-0 pitch. That is inside, ball 3. So the starter for the Crackers getting in a little bit of trouble here in the first inning. This is game 2 of a doubleheader. They do play 7 innings here in these doubleheaders. He's got to throw a strike. Here's a 3-0 pitch, and that's down the middle for a strike, and he got what he needed on that pitch. Glanton from the stretch. Runners at first and second, and up calls time. So Luke Hasty, he actually picked up his first hit of the season, and it was a double in game 1. Glanton to the plate, and it is high and outside, ball 4, and that loads the bases for Chase Evans. Do not see the Crackers bullpen with any activity. But Beckham is going to come down and just calm down his pitcher. But the Monsters have done a great job jumping on teams early. We saw that last week against one of the games against the Alpharetta Aviators. But they did snap a 2-game losing streak by beating the Crackers in game 1. They lost to Gainesville last week 7-1. And then they lost to Alpharetta in the second game last week. Here's the first pitch to Evans. There's a chopper that's going to roll foul. As Smith just scoops it up, and we'll start it again, 0-1. Chase Evans. Base is loaded. Here's the 0-1 pitch. And that is in the dirt. A good stop by Beckham. Make sure it didn't get behind him. It would have easily scored the runner. Glanton from the wind. And the 1-1. And that is chopped foul. So the Atlanta Crackers have the most titles in SBL history. They had a 4-year stretch where they won championships in 2013, 14, 15, and 16. In fact, 2 of those championships in 14 and 15, they defeated the Phoenix City Crawdads. There's the 1-2 pitch, change up, and there's a ground ball to Offord. Throw to second for 1. Over to first for double play. He got him. And the Atlanta Crackers get out of the inning. A tailor-made 6-4-3 double play to end the inning. But the damage is done. The Monsters put up a run in the first. We go to the top of the second. The Monsters leading the Crackers 1-0. You're listening to Chattahoochee Monsters Baseball. Back here at historic Golden Park, top of the second inning we go as the Monsters leading the Crackers 1-0. Here in Game 2 of a doubleheader, Richard Holderidge here on the broadcast on the Chattahoochee Monsters YouTube channel. And Braden Smith will lead things off for the Crackers on the season, batting .333 with 2 RBIs. He does lead the team with 10 walks. But Tanner Cotton, it got a quick 1-2-3 inning in the first, and the first pitch to Smith is high for a ball. Cotton delivers the 1-0. There's a fastball that's low in the dirt, ball 2. The out-of-town scoreboard. Bottom of the 8th inning, the Atlanta Braves leading the Reds 7-4. There's a 2-0, and that is in there for a strike. Inside corner, good placement by Tanner Cotton. Good velocity on that fastball as well. Cotton gets a sign he likes. The 2-1. There's a fastball that is fouled back to the first base dugout. White Sox leading the Red Sox 4-1, bottom of the 8th. Got a tie ball game, bottom of the 8th, the Mets and the Phillies. There's the 2-2. And that is roped into right field for a base hit. So a leadoff single by Braden Smith. And Jackson Offord comes up to the plate for the Crackers. Offord coming into this game, he is batting .231 with 3 RBIs and 4 walks. The righty steps into the batter's box. Cotton from the stretch, and the first pitch, and he shows bunt, lays down a beauty down the third base line. Scooping it is Jones, and he makes the grab and the out, but advancing over to second is Smith. So Connor Tatero will come up to the plate for the Crackers. Tying run is in scoring position for Atlanta. Cotton from the stretch. Checks the runner at second. And the first pitch to Tatero is low, ball 1. Cotton's got a 1-0 count on Tatero. Working from the stretch. And the pitch, and swung on a miss. Strike 1. Looked like Smith was over dancing at second base, and he is a threat to steal. They could call for the hit and run. Well, let's see what they try to do, as they want to try to even this game up. Already down 1-0 here in the second. And there's the pitch. That is outside, ball 2. So the brief history on the Atlanta Crackers, I mean, they've been in existence since 1884. They've been in various minor leagues. There's a lot of history with the team name Atlanta Crackers. As Cotton's 2-1, and that is low, ball 3. They played in the AAA affiliate from 1962 to 1965. And that was before the Braves came to Atlanta in 1966. So Atlanta got to see AAA baseball before the Braves arrived to the major leagues. Here's a hitter's count for Tatero. Cotton checks the runner. Here's the 3-1 pitch. And that is a high fly ball right into left field. Caps underneath it. Makes the grab. Out number 2. So Cole Brennan will be the batter coming up for the Crackers. He is 0 for 1 from that first game. He walked and he flied out to right. Smith is over at second. 2 outs. So the Monsters want to try to get out of this inning without giving up a run. Cotton working from the stretch. Checks the runner at second. And the pitch to Brennan, and he fouls it back to the net. And I love seeing those fans down on that first row. They don't even flinch. That is Kobe Bryant not flinching when Matt Barnes tried to look like he faked the basketball to his face. I mean, that is textbook. That you know it's not going to hit you, but sometimes your reaction causes you to flinch. But incredible effort right there. 0-1, Cotton to the plate. Breaking ball, and that is outside. It evens the count at 1-1. Cotton. 1 ball, 1 strikes, 2 outs. Smith is the runner at second. He represents the tying run here in the second. And the throw back, and that was very close. Good play by Parkerson, who's now playing short. He was playing second in game 1. A durable utility man over there trying to make a play on Smith and got very close. Cotton. Here's the pitch. 1-1. That is lined foul. It'll be 1-2. Top of the second inning here at historic Golden Park. This is game 2 of a doubleheader. The Monsters was able to defeat the Crackers 6-0 in game 1 thanks to a no-hitter by Eric Moore, the current Columbus State Cougar. Cotton from the stretch, the 1-2, and that is outside, ball 2. He took a little bit, as far as his move, he committed to the plate a lot quicker because he thought maybe Smith was going to try to run. Smith does have a pretty decent lead at second. Maybe they're going to call for the hit and run. Maybe try to hit it in the gap. But it is a 2-2 count. Cotton checks the runner and the 2-2. And that's in the dirt, and it is going to be low, ball 4. That was a 3-2 pitch in the dirt. And with first base open, that actually not a bad move at 2 outs. You got first base open. Will Beckham making his first appearance in this game comes to the plate. Beckham, he's only got 1 hit so far on the season. He is 1 for 13. He does have a run, and he has walked twice, and he's got a run batted in. Will Beckham doing the catching. And Cotton's first pitch, and that is fouled to the screen, 0-1. So usually these doubleheaders, especially when they start 30 minutes after the first game, the managers tend to give their players some rest. And so we've seen a little bit of a lineup change for both teams. But they're going to get a very well-deserved break. I know Atlanta will because they have the week off. And then there's the 0-1 breaking ball in there. And that is strike 2. Smith is the runner at second. He represents the tying run. Beckham, the batter. Cotton, working from the stretch. Check Smith over at second. Smith with a decent lead. Oh, he's dancing around. Here's the 0-2. Strike 3 call outside corner, a Southern Mosquito control strikeout to end the inning, and Tanner Cotton gets Beckham looking on an outside pitch, and the Crackers strand the runner at second. We go to the bottom half of the second inning. The Monsters leading the Crackers 1-0. You're listening to Chattahoochee Monsters Baseball. Back at historic Golden Park, bottom of the second inning we go, and the Monsters leading the Crackers 1-0. Game 2 of a doubleheader here in just a beautiful day for baseball. Noah Jones leading things off for the Chattahoochee Monsters, seeing his first appearance today as Glanton from the wind, and the first pitch to Jones is a off-speed pitch that is outside for a ball. So Noah Jones, he's batting .091. He does have a hit, 2 runs on the year. Here's the 1-0 and a swing and a miss, 1-1. So the manager, Johnny Eaton, changing up the lineup just slightly for the Monsters. Here's the 1-1, and that is outside, 2-1. The Monsters pick up the first game, 6-0, thanks to a no-hitter by Eric Moore. And Tanner Cotton pitching this second game. There's the 2-1, and that is fouled back, and it's 2-2. The Chattahoochee Monsters will take on the Atlanta Blues on Tuesday. It will be a makeup game from a rainout a couple of weeks ago. Here's the 2-2 pitch. There's a fastball. Strike 3 outside corner, and Noah Jones is caught looking. And the first strikeout for John Luke Glanton. So one down here in the bottom of the second, and Brandon Davis will come to the plate. Another Chattahoochee Monster making his first appearance today. He's batting .231. He's got 2 RBIs. That first pitch is outside for a ball. Glanton, the wind, the 1-0. And that is inside, 2-0. And it hit him. That actually grazed his jersey. The umpire is giving him first base. And he is going to be aboard. And he's going to be awarded first base with 1 out. And Tanner Martin will come to the plate for the Monsters. And Tanner Martin, he's had 3 hits on the year. He's batting .136. He does have 3 runs batted in. As the righty into the batter's box, Glanton from the stretch. And he fouls it back. Let's check to see if Brandon Davis is a threat to steal. He does have 1 stolen base on the season. The Monsters as a team has got 35 stolen bases. As that pitch is in there, strike 1, 1-1. That's not too bad. That's a team that likes to play small ball, that likes to get into scoring position. And manager Johnny Eaton has done a great job just building up this team and the discipline. Runner goes. There's a gapper in. It's going to fall for a base hit. Rounding second and headed to third is Davis, and the slide, and he is safe. And then the throw over to second, and he is safe. And now we have runners in scoring position. Tanner Martin with the double. And the Monsters have runners at second and third with 1 out. And Nikolai Mizzotti will come to the plate as he has an opportunity to cash in and give the Monsters more insurance runs here in the bottom of the second inning. Jean-Luc Glanton is a little bit of trouble for the Crackers. And the first pitch, there's a fastball high and outside, ball 1. Glanton working from the stretch. I'm just going to call time. Out-of-town scoreboard, we got a final as Tom Callahan's Toronto Blue Jays defeated the Oakland Athletics 12-1. Tom, I know you're happy about that one. There's the 1-0, and that is outside, ball 2. The Arizona Diamondbacks leading the San Francisco Giants 2-0, bottom of the third. Braves leading the Reds, bottom of the 8th, 7-4. There's the 2-0, and that is in there, strike 2. It was actually strike 1. It was a 2-0 pitch. Boy, that scoreboard is really quick. Glanton working from the stretch. Runners at first and second and third, and that is outside, 3-1. I tell you, with first base open, not a bad idea to put Nikolai Mezzotti on first, because then you set up a force at any base. Glanton's 3-1 pitch. That is in there. Strike 2. It runs the count full to Nicola Mezzotti. As I'm trying to see on his stats, he does have 2 runs on the season. Here's the payoff pitch, and that is outside, ball 4, and the bases are loaded for the top of the order for the Monsters. Brooks Parkerson, who flied out to second baseman. It was a little pop-up in that first inning. And the Monsters have an opportunity to do some real damage here in the bottom of the second, as Glanton from the wind and the first pitch. And there's a ground ball foul down the third base line. And we will start it up again. The Colorado Rockies leading the Los Angeles Angels at Anaheim 4-2, bottom of the 7th. And the Phillies actually grabbed the lead over the Mets 7-6. Cardinals, they beat the Cubs 7-5 in the London game. That actually happened earlier today. Here's the 0-1, and it is outside. 1-1. Jean-Luc Glanton from the wind. Bases loaded. 1-1. That is high and outside. Ball 2. We got an update in Game 2 of the College World Series Championship. The Florida Gators leading the LSU Tigers 8-3, top of the 5th inning. Of course, they will have a winner-take-all game. That is low, ball 3. 3-1 count to the leadoff hitter, Brooks Parkerson, who reached base all 3 times in Game 1. Here's the 3-1 pitch, and that is in there for a strike. It runs the count full. So into the 8th inning, the Braves lead the Reds 7-6, so they'll go to the top of the 9th inning. There's the payoff pitch, and that is on the outside corner, strike 3 call as Parkerson goes down on strikes. He was actually trotting to first base, thought it was going to be a ball. So with 2 outs, that will bring up Jackson Yoxheimer, who singled his first time up and scored a run. And also in that first game, he went 2 for 3 with 3 runs batted in. Glanton, the first pitch to Yoxheimer, and that is inside, ball 1. Jackson Yoxheimer, the center fielder, he's seen a lot of action out there in center field, patrolling the outfield, great speed, and also he's one of the hottest hitters in the Sun Belt, batting over 500. One ball, no strikes, 2 outs, bases loaded. Glanton to the plate. There's a fastball in the dirt. Good stop by Beckham. And it's a 2-0 count. Glanton. The wind, the deliver, the 2-0 pitch. That is high, ball 3. So more than likely Yoxheimer, unless it's something down the middle, I would take right here. You got the bases loaded, 3-0 count. That's in there, strike 1. So now Yoxheimer's in a situation where he's got a hitter's count. If there's anything close, I would be swinging. 3 balls, 1 strike. Glanton to the plate. And that is in there, strike 2. It runs the count full, and Yoxheimer's throwing his bat thinking that he got a bases loaded walk, and we're going to try it again. So 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. The runners should be going on this pitch. The Monsters already leading the Crackers 1-0. Glanton to the plate, payoff pitch. And that is in there, strike 3. What a pitch by Jean-Luc Glanton. And the Monsters strand the bases loaded. Back-to-back strikeouts by Jean-Luc Glanton. And we've played 2 here at historic Golden Park. And the Monsters lead the Crackers 1-0. You're listening to Chattahoochee Monsters Baseball. Back at historic Golden Park, top of the 3rd inning, the Chattahoochee Monsters leading the Atlanta Crackers 1-0. Richard Holdridge here on the broadcast. Game 2 of a doubleheader. The Chattahoochee Monsters won the first game 6-0 thanks to a no-hitter by Eric Moore. Cole Smith will lead things off for the Crackers, as Tanner Cotton, so far 2 scoreless innings. To the plate to Smith, and there's a changeup that's in there for a strike. Smith batting .231. There's a breaking ball high, batting .231 with 4 runs batted in. There's the 1-1, swing and a miss, strike 2. And here's the pitch. Fastball outside. It evens the count at 2-2. Cotton to the plate. And the pitch, and it is popped up. And patrolling it out in shallow center field is Yoxheimer. He's under it, makes the grab, and he gets the first out. And that will bring to the plate Carlos Martins, who got into a fielder's choice his first time up. And he also got an out and 0 for 2 in the first game. And the shortstop, the 10th hitter, the first pitch by Cotton. And that is in there for a strike. Good control by Tanner Cotton to get that black part of the plate. There's the 0-1 pitch, and that is foul back. He's ahead of the count to Carlos Martins with the leadoff hitter on deck for the Crackers, who go into this game. They're now 6-7, and they will take on the Gainesville Gold Diggers this weekend. There's the 0-2. There's a fastball. Strike 3 outside corner, and ring it up. A Southern Mosquito Control strikeout, the second strikeout for Tanner Cotton. And so with 2 outs, we go to the top of the order where Scott Campbell will come up to the plate. He's 0 for 1. He flied out to right his first time up. Don't forget that the Chattahoochee Monsters are going to be in action this Tuesday against the Atlanta Blues on the road. There's a breaking ball, catches the outside corner for a strike. They're back at historic Golden Park next Sunday against the Brookhaven Bucks. Cotton, the 0-1. Fastball low and in the dirt, ball one. Cotton from the wind, and the 1-1 pitch. And that is lined into left center for a base hit. And it falls to Yoxtimer. He throws it back into the infield. And Scott Campbell has got a 2-out single. And that will bring to the plate Jack Fleming. And if that is the second hit of this game. So the Atlanta Crackers have a runner aboard with 2 outs. Cotton from the stretch. Fleming the batter. And the pitch to Fleming, that is in there for a strike. Jack Fleming flied out to center his first time up. And the throw back to first. So your current Sunbelt standings, the Gainesville Gold Diggers, the defending champs from 2022, have an 11-2 record. Columbus with a 10-3 record. Chattahoochee's in third place at 7-4. As there's a breaking ball, just missed its 1-1. Atlanta is 6-7. Brookhaven is 5-7. The Atlanta Blues 5-8. Alpharetta 4-8 after getting swept by the Chattahoochees last night and Friday. And then the Waleska Wild Thanes 2-11 on the season. They'll have majority of the teams besides the Monsters and the Blues will have a little bit of a break. There's a 1-1 count, another curve, and it hits the corner for a strike, 1-2. So traditionally right around this time, this is what we call the all-star break, where some of these players will go off and play in showcase games. I know at one point they did have the SBL all-star game. As Cotton from the stretch. And the ump is going to call time, and that pitch will not count. That was a little practice pitch. He's not wasting any energy trying to just lob that one in. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Campbell over at first. He's got a decent lead, and there's the 1-2, and that is popped up to the right fielder. Martin calls the second baseman off, makes the grab, 2 in the inning, and the Crackers strand a runner at first base. We'll go to the bottom half of the third inning, and the Chattahoochee Monsters leading the Atlanta Crackers 1-0. You're listening to Chattahoochee Monsters Baseball. Back here at historic Golden Park, bottom of the third inning, the Monsters leading the Crackers 1-0. Richard Holdridge here on the broadcast for the Chattahoochee Monsters YouTube channel. And Brody Capps will lead things off here in the third. He reached on an error by the third baseman in the first. As the Monsters had several opportunities to get some big innings. They stranded several runners on base in the first and then the last inning as well. As that first pitch is in there, looks like it's outside. The new pitcher for the Crackers is Ben Koch from Norcross, Georgia. And there's the pitch, swing and a miss. Strike one, a 1-1 count to Brody Capps. So Jean-Luc Glanton pitched 2 innings and gave up a run. So the Crackers are going to their bullpen just like in game 1. They use their bullpen a lot. As Koch to the plate. Here's the 1-1, and that is fouled back. It'll be 1-2. Koch working from the stretch. And the 1-2 pitch to Capps, and that is a ground ball right to offer the throw to first. And 1 away. 4-3 on the putout. And that will bring to the plate Warwick Wilmot, who singled in the first and got a run batted in. Fans, don't forget that on Tuesdays, starting at 6, it's the Coaches Show with Tom Callahan and the Columbus Chattahoochee manager, Steve Smith. And it's going to be at Columbus Live. Doors open at 5:30. Just to enjoy a great time and listen to the Coaches Show. That first pitch to Wilmot. Ooh, very close, but it's going to be a ball. You can catch that show on 106.9 Rock, 99.1 in Noonan. There's the 1-0, and that is chopped right back to Koch. The throw to first. So 1-3 on the putout, and 2 quick outs here in the third. And Luke Hasty will come up to the plate. He walked in the first, and that was when the Monsters stranded the bases loaded, only doing the 1 run. They only scored 1 run in the first inning, and they could have had a big inning in the first, and they definitely could have had a big inning in the second as well. That first pitch to Hasty is outside for a ball. I tell you, that's got to give the Crackers a lot of confidence to try to get the split in this doubleheader. Is that they're only down 1-0. Here's the 1-0, and there's a breaking ball, and that is outside, 1-1. Luke Hasty, the catcher today. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and that is a ground ball right to Koch. He bobbles it, stays with it, underhands, throws to first with the stretch. What a stretch by Smith to get the out. 3 up, 3 down for the Atlanta Crackers. We've played 3 here at historic Golden Park, and the Monsters leading the Crackers 1-0. You're listening to Chattahoochee Monsters Baseball. Back at historic Golden Park, top of the fourth inning we go, and the Crackers coming up to bat, down 1-0 to the Chattahoochee Monsters, who won the first game 6-0 thanks to a no-hitter by Eric Moore. And the Chattahoochee Monsters are 7-4 on the season right now, and would love to get the two-game sweep over the Crackers. It really would put them in a firm position to hold on to third place in the SPL. And that first batter is Ben Olson, as Tanner Cotton, 3 scoreless innings so far in this game. Quick work to Olson, the 1-0, and that's in there, 1-1. Olson flied out to center to end the first. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and that's a fly ball right to Yoxtimer, and he makes the catch, a breadbasket catch on the run. Jackson Yoxtimer showing off his glove out in center field. And Braden Smith will come to the plate with 1 out. He singled to start the second inning. In fact, that could have been a huge second inning for the Crackers. And the first pitch to Smith is outside for a ball. So the leading home run leader for the Crackers, Tyler Jackson, getting this game off. He did play in that first game. Here's the 1-0, and that is low, ball 2. He's got the league lead with Chattahoochee player Connor O'Neill, and then Rose for the Gold Diggers. Here's the 2-0, and that is lined foul. He pulled it and got some good play on that, but it's going to be a foul ball, 2-1. And he broke his bat. That's a Harvey Lumber broken bat. If I'm sure that's the first that I've called this season. I know that Tom has probably called some. It's very rare, but a big shout out to our sponsor, Harvey Lumber. We're breaking the bats there. But right now, the best hitter in the Sun Belt Baseball League is Matthew Rose for the Gainesville Gold Diggers, as he's leading the league with a .535 batting average, 3 home runs, and 9 runs batted in. There's the pitch, and that is in there for a strike to Braden Smith. 2-2 on the cleanup hitter for the Crackers. Cotton delivers the 2-2. Breaking ball, and there's a ground ball right to Davis. The throw to first in time for 3 on the putout, and with 2 outs, Jackson Alford, who grounded into a fielder's choice last time up, will come to the plate with 2 outs. So your league leaders in the Sun Belt, you got Matthew Rose with 3 home runs, 9 runs batted in, .535. Connor O'Neill for the Columbus Chattahoochee, .525 batting average, 3 home runs, 13 runs batted in, but 15 walks. Yeah, they definitely don't want to pitch to him. That first pitch to Alford is in there. Strike 1, outside corner. Tanner Cotton. 2 quick outs here in the fourth. Here's the pitch, and that is low, ball 1, 1-1. This is game 2 of a doubleheader. Here's the 1-1 and a fastball outside. The Monsters won the first game 6-0. As we witness history, first no-hitter in Monsters history to Eric Moore. And there is a blooper into right, and that is going to drop for a base hit. So a 2-out single by Jackson Alford. And Connor Totero is coming up to the plate for the Crackers. So the tying run is aboard here in the fourth. He flied out to left field his first time up in the second inning. Cotton working from the stretch. And the first pitch is outside for a ball. Cotton working from the stretch again. The 1-0, and that is outside and in the dirt. Ball 2. Cotton, 2 balls, no strikes, 2 outs, and the runner goes. A swing and a miss, the throw down to second, and a stolen base for Jackson Alford. And now the tying run is in scoring position. The Crackers have a golden opportunity here in the 4th inning to tie this ball game down 1-0. Monsters would like to try to get out of this jam. Cotton checks the runner from the stretch. The 2-1 pitch. Fastball, and that hits the corner, strike 2. Great pitch by Tanner Cotton. Good velocity. It catches the corner. And now Todaro has got to protect. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Alford over at second. He's got a big lead. He represents the tying run. Cotton, the 2-2 to the plate. And that is fouled back. And we will try it again. So we do have another game on Wednesday in the Sun Belt. It is a makeup game from a rainout. The Alpharetta Aviators are taking on the Waleska Wild Thanes. That's going to be at Reinhardt University. That's who the Chattahoochee play next. That's going to be here at historic Golden Park Friday and Saturday. Here's the Cotton, the 2-2 pitch. Breaking ball, outside corner, strike 3, and Cotton gets out of the jam. The Cracker strand the runner at second. It's a strikeout, a Southern Mosquito Control strikeout for the Chattahoochee Monsters. And Tanner Cotton is dealing 4 scoreless innings. We go to the bottom half of the 4th inning. The Chattahoochee Monsters leading the Atlanta Crackers 1-0. You're listening to Chattahoochee Monsters Baseball. Back at historic Golden Park, bottom of the 4th inning we go, and the Chattahoochee Monsters leading the Atlanta Crackers 1-0. This is game 2 of a doubleheader. The Monsters won the first game 6-0 thanks to a no-hitter by Eric Moore. Richard Holdridge here on the broadcast, and the new pitcher for the Atlanta Crackers is Charlie Bagwell. He is a freshman who plays at Gordon College out of Marietta, Georgia. And the batter is going to be Chase Evans for the Monsters. That first pitch is outside for a ball. Chase Evans grounded into a 6'4", double play to end the first inning, as the Monsters were primed for a big first inning. There's a 2-0, and that is popped up, and it's going to be out of play. I mean, it was unfortunate for the Monsters because they had the bases loaded with 1 out. And they were already up 1-0. Here's the 2-1, and that is chopped foul. But that is the one thing that has kept the Crackers in this game, is they have stranded the bases loaded. The Monsters have stranded the bases loaded twice. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch, and it's in the dirt, ball 3. It runs the count full to Chase Evans, the batter. There's the pitch, and that is popped up. Going to be out of play. So Bagwell coming on as the third pitcher, second in relief for the Crackers. Here's the payoff pitch from Bagwell, and that is, it looks like that's a great roller. What a hit. I thought it was going to be a foul ball. And I'm not sure if they're going to call it, because I think it might have got off it got off the end of his bat, and Smith could not make a play. He bobbled it, and that caused Evans to get a single. They're going to rule that a single, and Noah Jones is going to come up to the plate with a man at first and no outs here in the bottom of the 4th. Jones struck out to start the second inning. Bagwell working from the stretch, and the pitch to Jones is outside for a ball. Bagwell, on his delivery, he has got a quick release to the plate, as we do see action over in the Monsters bullpen. And the throw back to first, as Chase Evans, the threat to steal. He's got 2 stolen bases on the year. There's the 1-0, and a swing and a miss, evens the count at 1-1. But, I mean, the Monsters as a team have got 35 stolen bases. So they are a team that likes to run. They like to play small ball, get the ball in play, hit and run. And there's the 1-1, and that catches the corner. Strike 2. Bagwell, 1 ball, 2 strikes, no outs, runner at first, to the plate, and that is a ground ball right to Alford, over to short for 1, over to first, double play, a tailor-made 4-6-3 double play, and now there are 2 outs, and that will bring to the plate Brandon Davis. That's the second double play that the Crackers have done so far in this game. It's really kept them in the game. I mean, the double play they got in the first inning was huge, but Brandon Davis, who was hit by a pitch his first time up, takes outside ball 1. Bagwell, the 1-0 to the plate, inside ball 2. Out-of-town scoreboard, the Braves get the victory over the Cincinnati Reds 7-6. So they take 2 out of 3 in the series. There's the 2-0, and it's outside ball 3. Three balls, no strikes, 2 outs to Brandon Davis as Bagwell going to take his time. The Colorado Rockies beat the Los Angeles Angels Anaheim 4-3. There's a 3-0, and that's in there for a strike. The Brewers in 10 innings defeated the Guardians 5-4. Here's the 3-1, and that is foul back. That's behind Golden Park. So historic Golden Park. It's been built since 1926. A lot of great major leaguers have played here. Here's the payoff pitch. And a swing and a miss. Strike 3. Brandon Davis goes down swinging, and the Crackers get out of the inning, not giving up a run. They are still in this game to the bottom half of, we go to the top of the 5th inning, and the Chattahoochee Monsters leading the Atlanta Crackers 1-0. You are listening to Chattahoochee Monsters Baseball. Back at historic Golden Park, top of the 5th inning. Game 2 of a doubleheader on this beautiful Sunday afternoon, even though it's about 93 degrees, but the fans here are in the shade. And the new pitcher for the Chattahoochee Monsters is Harris Burns out of Trussville, Alabama. Hewitt Trussville played Central in the state championship last year. And so Cole Brennan will come to the plate for the Crackers. He walked his first time up. As Harris Burns is a junior who's undecided on what school he's going to go to, but from Trussville, Alabama, I would assume he played for Hewitt Trussville. But the first pitch to Brennan, that is outside for a ball. So the final line score for starting pitcher Tanner Cotton, 4 scoreless innings and 3 strikeouts. As that is lined into left field for a base hit. And Brennan is aboard with a leadoff double. Good placement as it comes back into the infield. And he represents the tying run. And Will Beckham will come to the plate. And this is exactly why the Crackers are able to stay in this ball game, is they've been able to get out of jams, strand runners for the Monsters, and they're only down 1 run. Their pitchers have done a great job keeping them in this game. As Burns to the plate, and it is outside, ball 1. Brennan over at second. He represents the tying run. Top of the 5th inning. Monsters leading the Crackers 1-0. Burns to the plate, and that is fouled back 1-1. So historic Golden Park, built in 1926. It also was the home of the 1996 gold medal game as the United States defeated China. Lisa Fernandez was the winning pitcher, and I remember seeing old school highlight footage, and they actually had seats in the outfield. Imagine that here at Golden Park. Here's the 1-1, and it is popped up into shallow right. Chasing on it, it's going to fall for a base hit. And that fires up the Crackers fans as Martin throws it into the infield, and now the Crackers have runners at the corners with no outs. And Cole Smith coming up to the plate, who flied out to start the 3rd inning to center field. The Monsters would definitely take a double play here, even if the run scores, because now the Crackers have an opportunity to not only tie the game, but could score the winning run. The go-ahead run is the throw back over to first. Beckham represents the go-ahead run. The batter is Cole Smith, then Martins, and then they're back to the top of the order. So the Crackers are in a good position here. There's the first pitch, and that is inside, ball 1 to Cole Smith. Burns, the 1-0 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 1. Cole Smith from Jacksonville State University, his hometown, Canton, Georgia. Burns working from the stretch. Beckham's got a big lead at first. I wonder if he's going to go on this pitch. There's a pitch, and it just missed. It's outside, ball 2. Brennan over at third. He represents the tying run, 90 feet away. Top of the 5th inning. Monsters leading 1-0. Here's the 1-2, and that is popped up. That is right to the right fielder. Martin makes the grab. The runner will tag. Brennan to the plate, and he will score the tying run. And it is 1-1 here in the 5th. So give Cole Smith the sacrifice fly. And we are tied at 1. Carlos Martins will be the batter. He struck out his first time up in the 3rd inning. This is one of those situations, if the Monsters can get a double play here, they'll take the 1 run because they could try to get it back. As Burns will just throw a couple of warm-up pitches to the 3rd. I think they're just throwing it over to 3rd to make sure that he actually tagged up properly. That's a smart move, just to double check, because you just never know. Well, the shortstop, Carlos Martins, steps into the batter's box. Burns. First pitch to Martins is outside, ball 1. Out-of-town scoreboard, the Tampa Bay Rays defeated the Royals 3-1. They do have the best record in Major League Baseball. The Miami Marlins beat the Pirates 2-0. There's the pitch, and there's a line drive right to Yoxtimer in center field. He makes the grab, out number 2. Yoxtimer has had a lot of work out in center field, a lot of fly balls hit to him, and he's had to move around for it. He's had some gappers. He had to make an over-the-shoulder catch. He's been busy out there in center field. 2 outs in the top of the order for the Crackers as Scott Campbell, 1 for 2. He flied out to right his first time up. He singled in the 3rd inning. Burns to the plate. And the throw over to first. And Beckham is back in time. So we got the top of the order coming up for the Crackers here with 2 outs. And that is Scott Campbell. Burns to the plate. Breaking ball. Swung on a miss. Strike 1. Strike 2, actually. 0-2 count. We're here at historic Golden Park, game 2 of a doubleheader. As the runner goes, there's a pitch inside, the throw over, and hey, safe. Great stolen base by Will Beckham. But a pretty decent throwdown by Luke Hasty. But now the Crackers have the go-ahead run in scoring position. As Campbell, a 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs count. Burns checks the runner at second. And the 1-2 pitch. And that is a pop fly into center field, right at Yoxtimer. He makes the catch, but not before the damage is done. The Atlanta Crackers get a run in the 5th, and they have tied this ball game. We'll go to the bottom half of the 5th inning, and we are tied at 1. You are listening to Chattahoochee Monsters Baseball. Back at historic Golden Park, bottom of the 5th inning, and the Monsters and the Crackers tied at 1. The new pitcher on the mound for the Atlanta Crackers is Boston Forbes. He is a sophomore, hometown Canton, Georgia, out of Kennesaw State University. So he plays his collegiate ball right there in the home stadium of the Atlanta Crackers, right there at Fred Stillwell Stadium, which I was in attendance for a Kennesaw State game when I was living up there. They were playing Lipscomb. It was an Atlantic Sun game. Kennesaw State, known for their historic run in 2014, one win away from the College World Series. They lost to Louisville in the Super Regionals. So a lot of players on Kennesaw State playing for the Atlanta Crackers and playing in the Sun Belt. Tanner Martin's going to lead things off for the Chattahoochee Monsters. He doubled in the 2nd inning. As Forbes, first pitch to Martin, and a swing and a miss. Strike 1. The Monsters will take on the Atlanta Blues on Tuesday up at Georgia State. It's a makeup game. Here's the 0-1, and there's a fastball, swing and a miss, strike 2. Forbes got an 0-2 count. Here's the pitch. And that is fouled back. As Martin just trying to protect. Would like to get on board to try to get the top of the order up for the Monsters. Tied at 1, bottom of the 5th. Here's the 1-2, 0-2, and it's outside to make it 1-2. Forbes, 1-2 pitch. High and outside, ball 2. Out-of-town scoreboard, top of the 7th inning. The Diamondbacks leading the Giants 2-1. Washington and San Diego knotted up at 1 apiece, bottom of the 5th. Here's the 2-2 pitch. And there's, that is roped foul, but he really got a hold of that one. An early swing, and I believe that's got to be close to the highway. I mean, that was a shot. It just happened to be foul. Forbes from the wind, the 2-2. And there is a ground ball, and that's going to be through the gap into left field for a base hit. And Tanner Martin with his 2nd hit of the game. He's got a leadoff single. And that's going to bring up Nichola Misanote. And I'm hoping I'm pronouncing his name right. If I did not pronounce his name right, you could comment on the YouTube comments. But Misanote, he walked his first time up in the 2nd inning. He's got a runner on the go-ahead run. Tanner Martin, he's at first. But we do have a pinch runner that's going to be coming into the game for the Chattahoochee Monsters. And that is Zion Morris pinch running for Tanner Martin. Mezzanotte, the lefty, in the batter's box. And the throw down by Forbes. So Forbes, he's only pitched 1 inning this year. He's got a 9 ERA. He's only faced one inning of work, 1 hit. And there's a bunt, and it is going to go foul. And Mezzanotte was trying to bunt that runner over. And as he gets a talk from the manager for the Monsters. The Monsters are led by their manager, Johnny Eaton, who was an assistant coach at Central High School that won the state title in 2022. He was a part of that Central staff. He was the first base coach. He was part of that staff in 2020 that went to the Final Four in 7A. And then he went and he was a base running coordinator for the Wisconsin Woodchucks of the Northwoods League. Set a franchise record for 44 wins in 2021. Coming back to the Fountain City as Forbes. And he's definitely keeping an eye on that runner at first because, he's a threat to seal. Zion Morris is definitely a threat to steal. And there's a laid down bunt by Mezzanotte, and the throw to first is in time. An underhand throw, and Morris advances to second. So a sacrifice bunt for Mezzanotte, and that will bring the top of the order for the Chattahoochee Monsters. Brooks Parkerson, who's 0 for 2. He flied out to the second baseman, and he struck out his last time up in the second inning. It was part of that inning that the Monsters stranded the bases loaded in that first inning. They got a double play by the Crackers, and then in the second inning, they also stranded the double play. And there is a line drive right to the third baseman, and caught, throws it to second for the double play. What a play by Smith. Good heads up. And the Crackers get out of a possible big inning once again by the Chattahoochee Monsters as Brooks Parkerson lines out to the third baseman for the double play. We've played 5 here at historic Golden Park. We'll go to the top of the 6th inning. Your score, the Chattahoochee Monsters 1, the Atlanta Crackers 1. You're listening to Chattahoochee Monsters Baseball. Back at historic Golden Park, top of the 6th inning. We are tied at 1 apiece. This is game 2 of a doubleheader where the Chattahoochee Monsters won the first game 6-0 thanks to a no-hitter by Eric Moore. And so leading things off for the Atlanta Crackers is going to be Jack Fleming, who's 0 for 2 in this game. And the new pitcher is Dawson Fuller on the mound for the Monsters, as he is a sophomore, plays at Southern Union from Wetumpka, Alabama. And that first pitch is outside for a ball, 1-0. And the next pitch to Fleming is a swing and a miss. Strike 1. So Dawson Fuller, this is his 5th game. He has pitched 6 innings so far. He's got a 1.5 earned run average. Here's the 1-1, and that is lined foul. Very close to the line on the chalk. And the umpire over at third base calling it foul. It'll be 1-2. I tell you, this game is a game of inches. I mean, we've seen the Monsters strand the bases loaded a couple of times, double plays, and Atlanta, with the game tied at 2-2, that hit could have easily been fair. That was right on near the chalk. It was very close. Here's the 1-2. And that is outside, 2-2. So Fuller is the third pitcher utilized today by the manager, Johnny Eaton, for the Monsters. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch, and that is swung on foul. Looks like it hit the tip of his bat. And we'll go ahead and do it again, 2-2. Don't forget that the Chattahoochee Monsters in action on the road this Tuesday night, taking on the Atlanta Blues. And then they're back right here at historic Golden Park next week. There's a 2-2 outside. No, it's in there for a strike outside corner. What a pitch by Fuller, Southern Mosquito Control strikeout. So with one out, Ben Olsen will come to the plate. He has flied out twice to center field. The next home game is going to be a week from today, as the Chattahoochee Monsters will take on the Brookhaven Bucks here on July the 2nd. That first pitch to Olsen, and that is going to be outside, ball one. The heart of the order coming up for the Crackers as Fuller delivers the 1-0 in there, strike one. A 1-1 count to Ben Olsen. Here's the 1-1, and it is low and outside, 2-1. The Chattahoochee Monsters 7-4 on the season. The Crackers 6-7. Here's the 2-1 pitch, and that is low, ball three. As the Crackers want to try to get aboard here in the 6th inning. It's Fleming, Olsen outside, ball four, and Olsen with a 1-out walk. He represents the go-ahead run for the Crackers. And the manager, Johnny Eaton, is going to come out and just have a chat with his relief pitcher. And that'll give us an opportunity to just check the out-of-town scoreboard as the Phillies defeated the Mets 7-4. The Baltimore Orioles defeated the Mariners 3-2. The Minnesota Twins defeated the Detroit Tigers in 10 innings 6-3. The St. Louis Cardinals defeated the Cubs 7-5 in London. The Washington Nationals are leading the San Diego Padres, top of the 6th, 2-1. The Arizona Diamondbacks leading the Giants, bottom of the 7th, 2-1. The Braves were able to defeat the Reds 7-6. And then you have the Toronto Blue Jays defeating the Oakland Athletics 12-1. Also, the Yankees defeated the Texas Rangers. A come-from-behind win for the Yankees, 5-3. Fuller to the plate. Runner goes. He's halfway, and looks like they get him in a rundown. And it hit the runner, and he is going to go over to third. That was a freakish play as they were trying to get the pickle, and it hit the runner, and it ricochets into the outfield, and because of that, he gets third base. And now the Crackers are 90 feet away from taking the lead in this game, and that's going to be ruled an error on the throw. So Braden Smith, he's got a runner at third. Here's the first pitch and a swing and a miss. It's a 1-1 count. There's one out. The infield is playing in. Braden Smith, the batter, the 1-1. Very close, and trying to sell that one was hasty, but it did not get the call. It's 2-1. Fuller to the plate, the 2-1 pitch, and that is lined into right field, a base hit, and the Crackers take the lead 2-1. A one-out single by Braden Smith, his second hit of the game. And that will bring up the cleanup batter for the Crackers, Jackson Alford. Alford grounded into a fielder's choice in the second, and he singled in the fourth. There's a throwback to first. So the Crackers, they hunt around in this game. The Monsters had opportunities for big innings, and the Crackers, they take the lead by getting runs in the 5th and 6th. Here's the pitch. That's popped up to the center fielder, Yoxtimer. He camps underneath it, makes the grab for the second out. Going back to first is Smith. And so that will bring to the plate Connor Totero. He is 0 for 2 in this game. He flied out to left, and he struck out in the 4th inning. So the Crackers lead the Monsters 2-1 in game 2 of this doubleheader. as they're trying to split the series. It's Fuller from the stretch and the pitch, and that is a line drive, and that is going to be foul. It looks like that would have been a home run if that stayed fair. That is on the left side of that foul pole. But that was a lined shot by Connor Totaro. Top of the 6th inning here at historic Golden Park. The Crackers leading the Monsters 2-1. Fuller to the plate, and that is fouled back again, so Fuller ahead of the count to Totaro, 0-2. The Atlanta Crackers' next opponent will be the Gainesville Gold Diggers this weekend on Friday, June the 30th. Be a rematch of the SBL championship from last year. Here's the 0-2. And there is a ground ball right to the short. Parkinson, the throw to first in time, but the damage has been done as the Atlanta Crackers put up a run to take the lead in the top of the 6th. We'll go to the bottom half of the 6th inning, and the Atlanta Crackers lead the Chattahoochee Monsters 2-1. You're listening to Monsters Baseball. Back at historic Golden Park, bottom of the 6th inning, the Crackers taking the 2-1 lead over the Chattahoochee Monsters. Richard Holdridge here on the broadcast. Game 2 of a doubleheader. The Monsters won the first game 6-0 thanks to a no-hitter by Eric Moore. And the Monsters are hoping to go for the sweep of the Atlanta Crackers. The Crackers trying to even this series heading into the All-Star break. Jackson Yoxheimer comes to the plate. He represents the tying run for the Monsters. He is 1 for 2 in this game. He had a big first game with 3 RBIs. And here comes the first pitch, and he lays down a bunt, and that's a beauty, but it's going to go foul. The new pitcher for the Atlanta Crackers is Trenton Burnett. He is a sophomore from Northwest Florida State College out of Loganville, Georgia. It's Yoxheimer with an 0-1 count. The former Central Red Devil won a state championship with them in 2022. As Burnett, the 0-1 pitch, and is outside for a ball, 1-1. So you got after Yoxheimer, you got the 3, 4, and 5 hitters coming up. And there's a pitch, and that is swung on a miss by Yoxheimer. And Burnett is ahead of the count, 1-2. Bottom of the 6th inning, the Crackers leading the Monsters 2-1. Here's the 1-2 to Yoxheimer. That is outside, evening the count at 2-2. The Monsters will face the Atlanta Blues on Tuesday for a makeup game. Here's the 2-2 pitch. And there's a line drive at a left field, a base hit, and Yocksteimer with a leadoff single, his second hit of the game. And the tying run is aboard at first base, and that will bring to the plate Brody Capps, who reached on an error in the first, and he grounded out to the second baseman in the third. He is 0 for 2 in this game. Capps represents the go-ahead run. Bottom of the sixth inning. Burnett from the stretch. And the first pitch to Capps, and that hit him. Capps is going to get first base. And now the go-ahead run is on at first. And the tying run is in scoring position. So Warwick Wilmot will come up to the plate for the Monsters with 2 runners on and no outs. Wilmot is 1 for 2 in this game. He singled in the first, and he grounded out to the pitcher his last time up. Wilmot, the lefty, gets into the batter's box. Burnett to the plate. He shows bunt, and he fouls it back. Not a bad strategy to go ahead and get those runners over in scoring position, especially with no outs. But Wilmot is going to try to bunt it and see if he can just sacrifice them over. Here in the bottom of the sixth inning, the Monsters trailing the Crackers 2-1. Burnett showing bunt, and it's going to be low for a ball, 1-1. Warwick Wilmot in this game, I mean, he was 0 for 3 in that first game. Was able to get a single here in the first inning. He's showing bunt again, and he lays one down, and it's right to the third baseman. He thought about the throw to second, but he goes over to first. No choice to get the put out, but it's 5-3 on the put out. But importantly, it sacrifices the runners over. And now the Monsters have runners in scoring position with 1 out. And Luke Hasty, the batter, 0 for 1 in this game. He walked in the first inning. Remember, the Chattahoochee Monsters, they scored that first run in the first inning. They stranded the bases loaded. It could have been a big inning for them. As Burnett's first pitch to Hasty and is outside for a ball. The tying run for the Monsters, 90 feet away. Burnett from the wind delivers the 1-0 pitch. And there is a high fly ball into the gap, and that is going to make the catch. What a catch by Campbell. The runner tags, but we are tied at 2. That was a gapper in right center, and Campbell comes out of nowhere to make the grab, but it was enough to tag the runner. A sacrifice fly by Luke Hasty. And we are tied once again at 2 apiece here in the bottom of the sixth inning. Chase Evans, the batter, he singled in the fourth inning to start things off, and he's got a runner at third. Burnett's first pitch to Evans. That is outside for a ball. Capps is the go-ahead run. He is 90 feet away. Bottom of the sixth inning. Burnett delivers the 1-0 pitch. That is outside, ball 2. So he is behind in the count to Chase Evans with first base open. Wouldn't be the worst strategy to put him on. Here's the 2-0 and a swing and a miss. 2-1. Oh, wow. Yeah, that ball got away from Burnett, and Capps thought about it just for a second. But at this point in the game, that is a little too risky. But a pass ball can definitely score a run too, so you got to factor that in as well. 2 balls, 1 strike. And that is going to be a balk. That is a balk. He was going through his windup, and he did not commit to home plate. That scores the winning run. Wow. Unbelievable. Burnett was going through the windup, and the ball just did not come out of his delivery. The umpire calls a balk, and in to score is Brody Capps. The Monsters lead 3-2. And there is the pitch to Evans, and it is low, ball 3. Your score is 3-2 now, bottom of the 6th inning. Burnett to the plate, 3-1, and that is fouled back, and it will run the count full with 2 outs, 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. The Monsters have retaken the lead. They lead the Crackers 3-2 here in Game 2 of a doubleheader. Here's the payoff pitch from Burnett. Fastball popped up, and that is going to be foul. And let's see some eager kids try to go over in that lawn over there. And yeah, they're heading that way. Just love seeing those kids chase those foul balls. Here's the payoff pitch, and that is in the dirt, ball 4. A 2-out walk issued to Chase Evans, and Noah Jones coming to the plate for the Monsters. And it looks like the manager will come out and have a conversation with his pitcher. So the Chattahoochee Monsters, who won the first game 6-0, they led 1-0 in this game. The Crackers put up runs in the 5th and the 6th inning. So they led 2-1. And here in the 6th inning, the Monsters put up 2. And they retake the lead 3-2, hoping to sweep this home series with the Atlanta Crackers. But I tell you, right now the Crackers are 0-3 when it comes to playing at historic Golden Park. I mean, this is the same Crackers team that defeated the Columbus Chattahoochee in the semifinal playoff game last year. They made the championship appearance in the SBL championship against the Gainesville Gold Diggers. All right, we got a new pitcher on the mound for the Atlanta Crackers, and it is number 10, Gavin Mask. He is a sophomore from South Georgia College out of Covington, Georgia. Taking some warm-up pitches. That'll give me an opportunity to give the out-of-town scoreboard as the Tampa Bay Rays defeated the Kansas City Royals 3-1. The Miami Marlins defeated the Pittsburgh Pirates 2-0. The Chicago White Sox defeated the Boston Red Sox 4-1. And then you got the London game where the St. Louis Cardinals defeated the Chicago Cubs 7-5. The Minnesota Twins defeated the Detroit Tigers 6-3 in 10 innings. The Baltimore Orioles defeated the Seattle Mariners 3-2. You had the Philadelphia Phillies defeat the Mets 7-6. And then you have the Atlanta Braves defeating the Cincinnati Reds 7-6. The Reds, they had a 12-game win streak, and it was snapped by the Braves. And then a score update in the Men's College World Series. Game 2, the Florida Gators. That looks like a football score. They are leading the LSU Tigers 19-3. Yes, that is not a typo as I'm looking at the score on my phone. They are leading 19-3 in the bottom of the 8th inning, trying to force a Game 3 in an all-SEC battle for the College World Series final. Noah Jones coming up to the plate with 2 outs. As Mask is the new pitcher for the Crackers. Mask from the stretch. Evans is the runner at first. Here's the first pitch to Jones, and it is popped up into foul territory. Smith calls for it, makes the grab. Inning over, but not before the damage is done. The Monsters put up 2 runs here in the 6th, and we go to the top of the 7th inning. The Crackers are down to their 3 final outs, and they now trail the Chattahoochee Monsters by a score of 3-2. You are watching and listening to Chattahoochee Baseball on the Chattahoochee Monsters YouTube channel. Back at historic Golden Park, top of the 7th inning, the Chattahoochee Monsters are 3 outs away from getting the home sweep against the Atlanta Crackers. And on to pitch to close it out is Justin Velos for the Chattahoochee Monsters as he is facing the lefty Cole Brennan, who doubled his last time up. Velos' first pitch, and that is high for a ball. As Velos making his 4th appearance, he's pitched in 3 innings so far, and he has not given up a run. He's got a 0.00 earned run average with 4 strikeouts. There's the 2-0 pitch, and that just missed. It's outside, ball 3. Cole Brennan and Beckham after him. There's the 3-0 right down the middle, strike 1. Chattahoochee here in Columbus, 3-2. Swing and a miss, and that runs the count full. We're here in Columbus, historic Golden Park. The Chattahoochee Monsters leading the Atlanta Crackers 3-2. Here's the payoff pitch from Velos, and that is popped foul. That actually stays in the park. That just bounces over by the bleachers, and then there's the eager fans getting that foul ball. Got themselves a souvenir. Velos with the payoff pitch. Fastball high, ball 4, a leadoff walk. To Cole Brennan, he represents the tying run. He's been on base all 3 times in this game. And Will Beckham will come up to the plate. He singled his second time up, and he's got a stolen base. He is 1 for 2 in this game. As the Crackers 2 runs, 6 hits, 1 error, and the Monsters showing bunt, and he lays down a beauty. The catcher throws to first for the out. It's 2-1 on the putout, but Brennan advances over to second, and now the tying run is in scoring position. We do have a pinch hitter coming up for the Atlanta Crackers, as Gabriel Worth comes in, and he actually played in that first game. He played second base. He was 0 for 2. Lefty on lefty matchup. Velos to the plate, and that is foul back to the net. Comes back into the play, a field, and we'll go ahead and we will try it again. So last night, it was Goldie's birthday. His 3rd birthday as the Columbus Chattahoochee defeated the Alpharetta Aviators. They swept the series at Golden Park Friday night and Saturday night. They'll be back in action this weekend against the Waleska Wild Things. They're currently in 2nd place in the SBL. Velos, the 0-1 pitch, and that is fouled back, strike 2. The Chattahoochee Monsters, they were off to the hot start to start the SBL season, 4-0, and dropped 2 straight to the Columbus Chattahoochee. And they've actually dropped 2 straight again to Alpharetta and to Gainesville, but they were able to snap a 2-game losing streak, defeating the Atlanta Crackers 6-0 here in Game 1. Velos, the 0-2 pitch. There's a curve, and that is high and inside and out of the strike zone, and ducking out of the way was Smith. It'll be 1-2. 1 out. Brennan at second. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Velos checks the runner. And the 1-2 pitch. Curve, high, ball 2. This is definitely one of those games. Edge of your seat. The fans from both sides getting into the final innings, and the Monsters holding on to a 3-2 lead here in Game 2 of a doubleheader, trying to get the sweep over the Crackers. Velos checks the runner, and the 2-2 pitch. Fastball, swung on a miss, strike 3, and that is a Southern Mosquito Control strikeout for Justin Velos, and the Crackers are down to their final out here in the top of the 7th inning. As Carlos Martins is up to the plate. He is 0 for 2 in this game. He struck out in the 3rd inning. He flied out in the 5th. Velos checks the runner at second. And the first pitch to Martins. And that is in there for a strike. Justin Velos is 1 out away from getting the save and 1 out away from getting the Chattahoochee Monsters their 8th victory on the season. Velos. The 0-1 pitch. That is in the dirt. Ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs. Cole Brennan. It represents the tying run. He is in scoring position. He is over at second. He's got a decent-sized lead. Justin Velos trying to work the batter, Martins. Checks the runner. Here's the 1-1. There's a high fly ball into center field, right to Yoxtimer. He's underneath it. He makes the catch, and that is your ball game. The Chattahoochee Monsters sweep the Atlanta Crackers here at historic Golden Park by defeating the Atlanta Crackers 3-2, coming from behind and getting 2 runs to take the lead. Justin Velos picks up the save, and the Chattahoochee Monsters go to 8-4 as they get ready to take on the Atlanta Blues on Tuesday. We'll be right back with the final tallies in your postgame show, and you are listening to Chattahoochee Monsters Baseball. Back at historic Golden Park, the Chattahoochee Monsters get the sweep over the Atlanta Crackers. They win both games. The first game they won 6-0. Eric Moore with the complete game, no hit shutout, 7 innings of work, 6 strikeouts. And then the second game, the Chattahoochee Monsters were able to come from behind, a 2-1 deficit, and they were able to defeat the Atlanta Crackers by a score of 3-2. Your final tally in the second game, the Crackers 2 runs off 6 hits, 1 error. The Monsters 3 runs off 6 hits and no errors, as Tanner Cotton pitched 4 scoreless innings for the Monsters and 3 strikeouts. The Atlanta Crackers, they had Luke Glanton pitch 2 innings and gave up the 1 earned run. And so the Chattahoochee Monsters go to 8-4 as they get ready to take on the Atlanta Blues on Tuesday. But don't forget, we're back here at historic Golden Park next Sunday as the Chattahoochee Monsters will take on the Brookhaven Bucks. I want to thank my production team, Drew, Connor, and Riley, for all your help. And I want to thank Tom Callahan for giving me this opportunity to fill in for him on play-by-play. I appreciate it, and I can't wait to get back in the booth with you. And for the whole production team here for the Chattahoochee Monsters broadcast, I'm Richard Holdridge saying so long from historic Golden Park. Once again, your final scores: the Chattahoochee Monsters defeat the Atlanta Crackers 6-0 in Game 1, 3-2 in Game 2. We will see you back here at historic Golden Park next Sunday when they take on the Brookhaven Bucks. I hope that everybody has a great rest of your Sunday.